Good morning. So this morning, the first panel we're going to have, we're going to have a duo. I'm not here to take part. I'm here simply as a timekeeper, a referee, and I'm going to fall on the grenade so that you don't have to ask the stupid and silly questions. I'll ask them, so to save you the embarrassment. So that's my excuse. So we have two very distinguished guests this morning. Hannes, who's the Emeritus Professor of Philosophy from the University of Iceland, and Daniel Hannon, what's they say, distinguished parliamentarian, member of the House of Lords. Is that still, they're still doing that, are they? And former member of the European Parliament, which they're not still doing, I know that. So we're going to have a couple of presentations then. I should imagine they will respond to each other, not in the manner of a boxing match, but in a friendly engagement. You are very welcome, obviously, to contribute and to ask questions and to make observations. And if silence should descend, I shall throw myself in the middle of it all and ask something. But who's going first?
Sure. Well, Michael, thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you all here. I came across first Burkeanism, and then Burke himself, at a fairly impressionable age. My introduction to Burkean thinking came from the great Roger Scruton, who met me at a particularly impressionable age. I was 16. He was speaking at my school philosophy society. It was purely random chance. He happened to own a farmhouse nearby, which he'd bought with the proceeds of a successful lawsuit against a libelous newspaper. His talk was not about politics at all. Contrary to the impression you would get nowadays, he mainly didn't talk about current affairs. He was an academic philosopher, and his talk was actually about Wittgenstein and language games, which, the first time you hear it, is a fairly vertiginous subject to try and get your head around. And so when he'd finished, we were a bunch of 16-year-olds, there was that rather awkward moment where the teacher in charge asks for questions and no one can think of anything to say. And so, more to break an awkward silence than for any other reason, I thrust my paw into the air and I said, Professor Scruton, what do you see as the role of a conservative intellectual in today's society? And he, blinking diffidently behind his glasses in that rather charming and hesitant manner of his, he said, the role of a conservative intellectual is to reassure the people that their prejudices are true. And I've struggled for the rest of my life to come up with a better one-sentence encapsulation of Burkean philosophy, and I can't do it. Now, of course, Roger was using prejudice in the same sense that Burke himself did. Nowadays, the word prejudice has become a rough synonym for being mean to minorities or women or something, right? But he was using it in the exact sense you prejudge a new situation on the basis of past experience. You may not have been here before, but the chances are a million other people have, and they will have probably worked out what to do. So default to what Burke called the wisdom of your ancestors. And that's a theme that informs everything he says on almost every subject, including foreign policy and including the formation of governments. I was introduced to Burke himself only a couple of years later. I was a student. It was my first year as an undergraduate. And I was reading the very copy of the Reflections on the French Revolution, which John O'Sullivan mentioned yesterday. John talked about Conor Cruise O'Brien's introduction to that edition, in which the cruiser observes that a lot of his students are astonished when they learn that the greatest ever takedown of autocratic government was written before the terror had begun. And I was that student. I mean, I've actually brought it along out of nostalgia. This was my copy that I had with me at the beginning of 1991. And I'd read the text before I read the introduction. And I remember my utter astonishment. It takes an epistolary form. It's a letter to a young French aristocrat. And I remember coming across this passage quite early on where he talks about your captive king. And it was at that moment that it hit me that all of the horrors of the French Revolution lay in the future, that the regicide hadn't happened yet, that the repressions hadn't happened, the whole of the atrocities in the Vendée, that this was all invisible to everyone except Burke. He saw the whole thing coming in this extraordinary way. He could peer into the future like some Irish vate and descry what was going to happen, invisible as it was to all of his contemporaries. In fact, the reaction when Burke wrote this was general impatience. Oh, God, he's off again. He's on one of his why does he have to be so monomaniacal? And he was ultimately vindicated only because his predictions all came true. Now, on what basis could he foresee what was coming? Well, at the time, it seems incredible this, but in early 1991, it wasn't yet completely obvious that the Cold War was over. I know that sounds a bit strange today, but in the atmosphere of that time, there were still all sorts of very clever Cold War hawks arguing that the Soviet Union was still there, and that the withdrawal from Central Europe was a kind of massive deception, a maskirovka, and that we needed to be ready for whatever came next. And I was, of course, like everyone of my age, I was marinated in that whole Cold War atmosphere. And so Burke's lines about tyranny and about the nature of systems that do not recognize the authority of established government or the claims of territorial jurisdiction or national sovereignty rang very true. Karl Marx wrote about the spectre haunting Europe, but here, 60, 70 years earlier, was Burke first conjuring that spectre. Out of the tomb of the murdered monarchy in France has arisen a vast, tremendous, unformed spectre, in far more terrific guise than any which ever yet have overpowered the imagination and subdued the fortitude of man. Going straight forward to its end, unappalled by peril, unchecked by remorse, despising all common maxims and all common means, that hideous phantom overpowered those who could not believe it was possible she could exist at all. And by the way, if anyone wonders why, as an 18-year-old, I was reading Burke on a Greyhound bus and staring in astonishment at my fellow passengers, it's the prose. It draws you in. He could write about any subject. He was one of those very fortunate authors who has this ability to make the most quotidian things fascinating. It's like George Orwell. He could write about how to make a cup of tea. He actually literally did. Orwell wrote a great article called How to Make a Cup of Tea. You think it's going to be some satire. It's not. It's actually just about how to make a cup of tea, but it's every bit as compelling as what he wrote about Marxism. And here it seems to me the Cold War may be over, but here is somebody who has an antidote to every utopian ideology that claims to be bigger than the nation-state, that presumes that it can trample across those vessels of liberty because it sees some great utopian future. And Burke, this wasn't in the Reflections, it was in a letter, but it was. I just think this is the ultimate case against utopianism of any kind. He wrote, "I have no great opinion of that sublime, abstract, metaphysic, reversionary, contingent humanity, which in cold blood can subject the present time and those whom we daily see and converse with to immediate calamities in favor of the future and uncertain benefit of persons who exist only in idea." Isn't that the refutation of every kind of utopian doctrine that says that you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs? Burke makes not only the obvious observation that human beings are not eggs, but also points out that the omelette almost never emerges. Now, it can take all sorts of different forms. Sometimes it takes the form of aggressive and malign form like religious fundamentalism or Islamism today. Sometimes it takes a much more peaceful form like the belief that all of the nations of Europe can be merged together and forged into a single new nationality. But always the utopianism, the reluctance to deal with what's there, the refusal to recognize the realities of human nature runs up against that Burkean objection. Dr. Johnson, the greatest Tory of his age, wrote of Burke, the greatest Whig of his age, that he envied him above all his consistency. And indeed, his consistency is there, even though many of his subsequent detractors claimed that he'd, as it were, swapped sides and gone over to the establishment. By the way, this calumny began with Karl Marx. Karl Marx loathed Burke for obvious reasons. And he argued that he'd been a perfectly good liberal Whig who'd supported the American colonies, had supported the rights of India, had supported the rights of Ireland, and then had, as it were, gone over to the other side, Marx suggested, for pecuniary reasons. But in fact, the consistency is there throughout. In all of those cases, you see Burke championing the evolved, the natural, the organic, as against the planned, the imposed, and the centralized. In the case of the American colonies and of Ireland, he wanted to recognize what was there and not have some outside power presuming to know better. In Yeats's Seven Sages, he sees this very clearly. American colonies, France, India, and Ireland harried, and Burke's great melody against it. The cruiser then turned the great melody into the name of his book, but I think the best book on Burke, certainly until Jesse Norman's new biography, which is different in form and astonishingly powerful. There was, throughout all of those contentious issues that he faced as a writer and a politician, this belief in what we would now recognize as the established claims of custom and of nationhood. The one bit of Burke that everyone can quote, or at least that everyone is aware of, the people who haven't read Burke, is his letter to the electors of Bristol, right, where he says, I'm your representative, not your delegate, and your representative would betray rather than serving you if he sacrificed his judgment to your opinions, right? Everyone quotes that, especially politicians love to quote that when they're doing something unpopular. They never actually, or they very rarely tell the story right through to the end, which is that the electors of Bristol slung him out at the next opportunity. But the issue on which they slung him out is an interesting one. Burke was a champion of the commercial rights of Ireland, which at that time were restricted. And he could see that free commerce across the Irish Sea was in everyone's interest. And obviously it was in the interest of Ireland, but also it would be in the interest of his constituents in Bristol, albeit not in the interest of every vested interest and every producer. And that was why he said, look, I've got to try and do the right thing for everyone. He was a great free trader, which I'll come on to in a moment. We're talking in a session that's entitled Burke, Ireland and Britain. Actually, other than when you speak in this country, the Irishness of Burke is, I think, a rather neglected subject. Partly because it was a small part of his output, but it was a huge part of his upbringing. So I think there is a lingering belief among a lot of people that Burke, he spent his career in Britain, he wrote about Britain, he's thought to have been Anglo-Irish, which he wasn't, and his outlook was Whig and his worldview accordingly. But actually that takes very little account of the way he was brought up and the way in which his experience here shaped his response to the French Revolution and to the other great events of his day. So first of all, dealing with the idea, there was nothing Anglo about Burke. His mother was Catholic. Most of his family was Catholic. His cousins, they came in a great sort of troop and lived with him in Beaconsfield when he built his estate there, which I think is the ultimate proof. His father may have been brought up in a Catholic milieu. We don't know that. So the name Burke is Norman, but by then the Norman Irish were completely kind of Gaelicized. He went to a hedge school. The hedge school for the non-Irish people here was that there was an Anglican monopoly on education in Ireland at that time. And so the religious, the non-Anglican religions, both mainly the Catholics, but also the Presbyterians and the other dissenters, had to go and effectively what we would now call homeschool. They were called hedge schools. They weren't usually in hedges. They were usually in houses or barns. But it was something that as conservatives, I think we could recognize and applaud. I think his teacher was called Mahoney. I mean, he was somebody who was completely marinated in a way of looking at the world that was very different from that of the comfortable English Whig gentleman or patrician. And that gave him two advantages when the French Revolution started. And it allowed him to see something that the English oligarchy couldn't see. First of all, he didn't have that belief that was very widespread in England that revolution couldn't happen here. He'd come from a very different milieu where political violence was much closer to the surface. And indeed, he died just before the culmination of the United Irishmen Rising, which, of course, he had no time for at all. He thought it was the most subversive and quasi-Jacobin movement. But he was much more aware of the threat to liberty and property that would come from political violence. He knew that, as he put it, rage and frenzy can tear down in half an hour what prudence takes hundreds of years to build. But the second, and I think rather neglected aspect of Burke's Irish upbringing in terms of understanding his approach to the French Revolution is that he didn't make the mistake that, again, most of his Whig colleagues did in the first years of thinking, oh, good, écraser l'infâme, as it were. It's about time that we had some kind of reformation in France. If we get rid of popery and ignorance, then France will develop into a nice, liberal, sort of quasi-secular place where there's toleration and pluralism. He was quite happy to take his stand in defense of the Catholic Church because he could see what horrors would unfold when the established order was overtaken. And it took a long time for his colleagues in all parties to realize that, particularly his colleagues in his Whig faction. They were blinded by the promises of the French Revolution until almost too late. And of course, as a nation, we then spent the next quarter of a century in war one way or another against revolutionary France. He even foresaw in his reflections on the revolution how it would end. So writing in it was in a letter just after, I think in 1792, he says, "The day will come when a popular general arises who draws the eye of the soldiery on his own account, and in that day you've lost your whole republic." How did he foresee all of these things? Because he was applying his fundamental principle that if you betray human nature, if you go against the familiar and the tried, and you prefer abstract schemes, you end up with a lot of broken eggshells, but with no omelette at the end of it. I'd like to go back to one other thing that was mentioned in our opening session yesterday, which is Burke, if you like, as a fusionist. Right? We had a very interesting reminder, again from John O'Sullivan, about the beginnings of what we now think of as conservatism in the English-speaking sense in the 1950s, with Bill Buckley and the National Review and the people who gathered around him. Again, it takes quite an effort to see how recent that was, to think that before that, American political parties didn't really break down in any neat way on a left-right axis, that party allegiance in the United States was as much regional and hereditary as it was ideological. And the alignment that we now take for granted, where Russell Kirk and Buckley and all these people got together the various groups who were anti-socialist, whether they were libertarians or whether they were evangelicals or whether they were foreign policy hawks or whether they were strict constitutionalists, and said, look, we are facing a terrible threat, and our differences are now so trivial in the face of that threat that we should bury them. That, again, owed a great deal to Burke. He understood that when you're up against these great transnational ideologies, that the danger is that they have local fifth columnists. Let me read something else that he wrote. This is from the first letter on a regicide peace. "We're at war with a system which by its essence is inimical to all other governments, and which makes peace or war as peace or war may best contribute to their subversion. It is with an armed doctrine that we are at war. It has, by its essence, a faction of opinion and of interest and of enthusiasm in every country. To us, it's a colossus which bestrides our channel. It has one foot on a foreign shore and the other upon British soil. Thus advantaged, if it can exist at all, it must finally prevail, right? Again, that applies to any one of these doctrines. Now, you might argue that the end of that immediate threat of the Cold War, which was still on when I read this book for the first time, has, if you like, meant that the conservative and liberal traditions no longer need to bury their differences. And we've seen this happen around the world, right? We've seen parties that were, thinkers that were thrust together by circumstance now separating out into their elemental forms. You see it in the US in the division between natcons and freecons. You see it in countries that have proportional representation systems in differing parties sitting in different places. Is there still a Burkean logic to burying our differences? Are we still up against a threat sufficiently severe that we should make common cause? John suggested yesterday that that threat was basically wokery. It was identity politics. And it is certainly true that woke is as offensive to the conservative as to the liberal traditions. The one because it tramples on all established practice, the other because it buries the individual within the collective. Is that strong enough? I don't know, but I will just say this. I see my friend James Orr, who runs the natcon movement in the UK. And it's done through the Edmund Burke Foundation. Please look at what Burke himself would have thought. He was not. Russell Kirk used to say, I've got more in common with socialists than with some of these economic libertarians. Burke would have never said that. Burke was a convinced economic liberal. The reason that he got himself kicked out as the MP in Bristol was not just that he had a sympathy for his relatives in Ireland, but also because he could see that protectionism is as bad for the people doing it as, in fact, worse for the people imposing it, as for the people upon whom or at whom it is being targeted. Here's what he wrote, actually quite late in life. So this I think, makes a nonsense of the idea that he kind of became more of a Tory in old age. To provide for us in our necessity is not in the power of government. It is in the power of government to prevent much evil. It can do little to promote positive good. Now, he went on, even when there was a famine caused by the wars against France, to argue in very Smithite terms that it would be a mistake for the government to intervene with direct food relief, not just on sort of moral grounds, but because it would be less efficient, that it would be better to allow the price mechanism to flourish, that if some profiteer goes and sells food at massively inflated costs, that's still more likely to get to the people who need it than some state bureaucracy trying to administer it. And he thought that, he wrote that right at the end of his life. It was published posthumously. This, by the way, shouldn't surprise us. He was a friend of Adam Smith when The Wealth of Nations was published. He wrote to Adam Smith saying that he was convinced of your solidity and truth. He thought it was the most profound book on economics that he'd read, and he believed that there was no more to be said. It was the last word. Here is, I think, the most, because he was so eloquent, he puts Adam Smith's arguments with a directness and an immediacy that even the sage of Kirkcaldy himself rarely managed. The benign and wise dispenser of all things obliges men, whether they will or not, in pursuing their selfish interest, to connect the general good with their own success. Isn't that the most perfect defense of a market economy? Right? We are hardwired to be suspicious of anything that has a profit motive, to see it as somehow greedy or selfish. But every other system replaces that profit motive with state coercion because there isn't any alternative. The market system is the only one that evolved in such a way as to allow people's nature, their desire for self-improvement, to be harnessed to socially productive aims, so that the way that you get ahead, the way that you get rich in a market-based society is not by sucking up to kings or commissars, but by providing a service to people around you. You cannot succeed without incidentally promoting the welfare of everyone else. Again, Burke could see that back in the 1790s. I'll leave you just with the way he described free trade. He said, the laws of commerce are the laws of nature and therefore the laws of God himself. I think you'll struggle to find a better fusionist than Burke. The coming together of the liberal and conservative, the Whig and Tory traditions in the face of socialism was the event that made possible the renaissance of anti-socialist forces in the West. And I'm afraid our job is not done. There is still that enemy, that colossus, with one foot on our own shore. If we think that we have the luxury of quarrelling among ourselves while the colossus inches closer and closer, then we do a disservice to ourselves and to our peoples. Never tire of reading this great sage. There's no, I think it was Harold Lasky who said there's no man of affairs who wouldn't benefit from a conversation with Burke on any subject before he pronounces upon it. Right? So he has reached beyond the core of the conservative right. And the reason for that is not just his eloquence, but the extraordinary timelessness of understanding that if we work with the grain of human nature, then all manner of peace and plenty is possible. But the moment we think that some group of people know better and therefore have the right to impose, that way lies utter destruction.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me here. It has a special significance for me because I come from Iceland, and the Icelanders are descended from the Irish and the Norse in the 9th century, and we have a lot of Irish blood in us, and we think very warmly of Ireland as being another North Atlantic island. So what I'm going to do here is to say a few words which are in my book, forthcoming book called North-South Conservative Liberalism, which is a study of the Danish poet Grundtvig and the Italian economist Einaudi. And I begin actually in the book by discussing the old Germanic liberal heritage, which was described 2,000 years ago by Tacitus when he gave an account of the self-management of the German tribes, how a law was interpreted and reformed slowly by folk assemblies in the Germanic countries, and how the kings were constrained by the folk assemblies. And then Montesquieu, actually, in the 18th century, said that the liberty of the English and the liberty that existed in Europe was more or less derived from the forests of Germany. And there was in Iceland Snorri Sturluson, who was what I would call a proto-liberal. What he did was describe law as similar to language, an idea that David Hume and Karl Menger and Edmund Burke also proposed later on, that law was essentially the rules that enable us to coordinate our behavior with one another. It is not given from above, it's really something that's evolved by those folk assemblies and by custom and tradition. And government by consent and the right to rebellion are both present in his chronicles of the Norwegian kings. There are, for example, a defense of private property in his account of Hákon the Good, who replaced Harald the Fair, who was the first person that established Norway. Hákon the Good, he gave back to people the property that Harald the Fair had expropriated from them, and he was applauded as a good king. And then there is a very interesting defense of free trade in his account of the wars between the Swedes and the Norwegians. The Swedes, they assembled in Uppsala, and they said to the king, "We do not want you to wage war against the Norwegians. We want the farmers in our West Gotland to be able to trade with the farmers in Norway and thus to supplement their life." A wonderful early statement of how free trade extends our material vision. And he also discussed what I have called Icelandic exceptionalism, because Iceland for 3 centuries didn't have any king. Apud illus non est rex, nisi tantum lex. That was what Adam from Bremen said about the Icelanders. They have no king but the law, which is really the same as in the pamphlets of libertarians in England, lex rex, no king but the law. And there is a speech that Snorri writes, obviously, where an Icelandic farmer, when the Norwegian king was trying to conquer or at least get a foothold on Iceland, he says, it may be that this is a good king. I believe that. But we all know that kings are different. Some are good and some are bad, and therefore it is best for us to have no king. And Iceland was one of the very few countries that had no kings at that time. This was in the 11th century, early in the 11th century. And then we have the classical liberals, Locke and Hume and Smith. If we take them, yes, Locke and Hume and Smith. And in my book, I point out that actually they were the authors of classical liberalism, but their classical liberalism, their theory, was really an articulation of political practices that were derived all the way from the Germanic tribes and had been firmed in England. Locke, for example, he proposed government by consent and right of rebellion. Hume, he described justice as the product of evolution, the response to scarcity, the niggardliness of nature, and limited altruism. And Smith had his wonderful, 2 powerful ideas in The Wealth of Nation, the coordination without commands, that we can have order without anybody ordering us around, and profit without loss, that we can trade to our mutual benefit. These are very powerful ideas, and to this day they are not understood, for example, by left-wing intellectuals. But this classical liberalism, which has been articulated by these 3 august English, British thinkers, was put to a test in the French Revolution, which failed. And my theory is that with the French Revolution, liberalism split into 2 branches. Burke, he saw earlier, as Daniel Hannan described very well, he saw earlier what was happening than anyone else. And we must never forget that Burke was a Whig. He supported the 1688 revolution by which James II was deposed, because he had gone too far in violating the rights and liberties, traditional liberties of people. And as was also brought out very well by Daniel Hannan, in the famous letters to the voters of Bristol, he was defending free trade, and it was free trade with Ireland that he was defending. Burke understood that the revolution in England in 1688 and the revolution in America in 1776, they were revolutions whose purpose it was to extend traditional liberties. They were in defense of traditional liberties and an endeavor to try to extend them. So they were, in a way, conservative revolutions. The French Revolution, on the other hand, was an attempt to reconstruct society according to some blueprint thought up by some intellectuals like Rousseau. So it was a totally different thing, and it would lead, as he said, to disaster. It would fail because it didn't take into account all the accumulated traditional knowledge that we possess and are to be found in our institutions, like the monarchy, like the church, like property, like the aristocracy, like democracy, like folk wisdom, and so on. So I think there were 2 branches of liberalism after 1789. the conservative liberalism of Burke, Constant, and Tocqueville, which is based upon limited government, private property, free trade, and respect for traditions. Evolution instead of revolution. And this conservative liberalism came into being as a response to the French Revolution. Because the conservative liberals were against the French Revolution, Constant and Tocqueville, for example, they have very deep and profound thoughts about the French Revolution. It broke with traditions and destroyed intermediate institutions. This political tradition, what I've called conservative liberalism, was then continued in the 20th century by Hayek, Wilhelm Röpke, Michael Oakeshott, and Luigi Einaudi. Luigi Einaudi is the other person that I discuss very extensively in my book because I'm contrasting Grundtvig and Einaudi, North and South liberalism. Then the other branch of liberalism is quite different nowadays because it's split. And this is the liberalism of Tom Paine and John Stuart Mill and Leonard Hobhouse, John Maynard Keynes, Benedetto Croce, Bertil Ohlin. This is a liberalism that can be defined by open-mindedness, romantic individualism, rationalism, and restrictions on economic freedom. I think then what has been neglected, this is all fairly old stuff for you guys, but what I'm now going to turn to is something that you may never have seen, and that is the neglected tradition of Nordic conservative liberalism. And this is the liberalism of Anders Chydenius and Nikolai Grundtvig. And Chydenius, he wrote a book in 1765 which actually expressed the two twin ideas of coordination without commands and profits without losses 11 years before Adam Smith did so. He anticipated very clearly Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations as a deputy to the Swedish Diet. It's a very remarkable book. And he was not only a man of theory, he was also a man of action, because in the Swedish Diet he successfully fought for freedom of religion and freedom of the press. In fact, the first legal statutes for freedom of the press were passed in Sweden on his initiative. And Grundtvig, the poet, the Danish poet, very influential poet, 1/3 of the hymn book of Denmark are hymns by Grundtvig. He translated Snorri Sturluson, and he emphasized the Nordic cultural heritage, the legal certainty that characterizes the Nordic countries. He presented in 1848, when Denmark was challenged by the German alliance, German Federation, national liberalism. And he emphasized what Tocqueville and Constant and Burke had also done, intermediate institutions, a flourishing civil society between the state and the individual. And both Chydenius and Grundtvig rejected the French Revolution. They were conservative liberals. And we see here Eidsvoll, 1814. That is the Constituent Assembly of Norway in 1814. And it has not been noted by many people that the spirits of Snorri Sturluson and Adam Smith were present there in a way, because the Norwegians said, like the author of the Constitution, the Norwegian Constitution, which is the most liberal constitution in Europe at that time, and the second oldest constitution of the world after the American Constitution of 1789. Falsen, who was the author of the Constitution, he said, what we in Norway are really trying to do is to return to people like Haakon the Good, the old Nordic heritage. But also Adam Smith was present because many of the delegates, they were disciples of Adam Smith, and actually the owner of the house was a friend of Adam Smith who had met him in Glasgow. and his nephew was then the Prime Minister of Norway. There was a direct connection between them and Adam Smith. There were 3 Norwegians who met Adam Smith, and then they were the people who arranged for the first foreign translation of the Wealth of Nations into Danish that came out 3 or 4 years after 1776. So this is not a fantasy of mine. This is well documented, both the influence of Snorri Sturluson and of Adam Smith on the Norwegian constitution, the most liberal constitution in Europe at the time. Grundtvig was a poet, a prolific poet, and so he was very influential in Denmark, not known anywhere else. Nobody knows who Grundtvig is outside of the Nordic countries. But I would like to quote to you a poem from 1832, with just 2 lines, couplets. Freedom, our watchword, must be in the north, freedom for Loki as well as for Thor. This is very interesting, because those of you who know something about the northern myths know that Loki was a rogue god. He was a slanderer. He was what you would call a bad person, Loki. Thor was a hero with his hammer, a fighter, what you would call an alpha male. So Grundtvig was telling us that we have to recognize the freedom of people with views that we find despicable, abhorrent, unpleasant. Loki and Thor. It's a very interesting thought, and it is also, of course, expressed by, say, Rosa Luxemburg in her critique of Lenin. Freiheit ist immer die Freiheit des Andersdenkenden. Freedom is always the freedom of those who think differently, the dissidents. Because there is no problem with protecting the freedom of those who are with the authorities to be. Those who just pursue a conventional way of life, that's not a problem. The freedom is a freedom when you are a member of an unpopular minority or you have an unpopular opinion. So this is a very important poem by Grundtvig, and this shows what a tolerant society Denmark really was, and all the Nordic countries were tolerant societies. I would like to quote another poem from 1848, 2 lines, and it is, other people, all the members, who regard themselves as such. And thereby hangs a tale, because Denmark was a country, and the king of Denmark was also the Duke of Schleswig. The problem with Schleswig was that half of Schleswig, the northern part, was Danish-speaking and wanted to be Danes, and the southern part was German-speaking and they wanted to be Germans. And Grundtvig said, let us just divide Schleswig up between Denmark and Germany, or the German Confederation. Let people be where they want to be, which I think is an extremely interesting solution. And nobody took him seriously. The Danes wanted to take the whole of Schleswig and create a German-speaking minority. The German Confederation wanted to take the whole of Schleswig as well and create a Danish-speaking minority. But he wanted government by consent and nationality by plebiscites, just like Ernest Renan later in the 19th century. That is to say, nationality by choice, not by conquest or force. So that was, in my opinion, very interesting as a humane, liberal solution of the problem of conflict in territories. I would like, since I am here in Ireland, to make a comment about a classic research topic. There are 2 classic research topics. One is the difference between Australia and Argentina, and the other one is the difference between Denmark and Ireland in the 19th century, not in the 20th century, because Ireland has done so well in the 20th century, obviously. What was the key to the Danish success in the 19th century was that after the defeats, losing Norway in 1814 and Schleswig and Holstein in 1864, Denmark abandoned all dreams of military adventures and turned inwards. And one of the Danish poets, he wrote a poem, "Hvad ud af tabe skal indad vindes," what is lost outside will be regained inside. And they began to develop their industry and their trade and opt for capitalism. And they developed a very flexible agricultural sector, which was helped by land reforms in the 18th century. And I think that there are three reasons why Denmark, they are very similar countries, Denmark and Ireland, as you can see if you look at the map and everything. There are three reasons why Denmark is more successful than Ireland. One is that Denmark was a nation state. She governed herself. She was not governed from London, let alone from Brussels. She was governed from Copenhagen. And the second is that there was greater social cohesion in Denmark than in Ireland. Less bitter cleavages of society. And this is not least because of the influence of Grundtvig, who emphasized intermediate institutions, spontaneous association, clubs, societies, collectives, and so on, and also the education of the common folk. And the third reason is that there was a better structure of property rights in land in Denmark than in Ireland. Then finally, I would like to propose that this is not only an interesting historical account of the Nordic liberalism, it has also some relevance to today's problems. Democracy requires civic education. And that was what Grundtvig provided with the people's high schools. And I think that's an idea that would be very relevant in developing countries of the world nowadays, where there is a lack of social cohesion and civic virtues that can be perhaps transmitted and taught in people's high schools. And the social cohesion in Denmark and all the Nordic countries is brought about by association, clubs, collectives, societies, congregations, private schools, and nations. I think actually that the Nordic nations are successful despite social democracy, not because of social democracy. The Nordic nations are successful because of three things: the rule of law, free trade, and social cohesion. And the social cohesion is what Grundtvig represented, really. And he was a nationalist, but he supported a non-aggressive nation state. And there were four elements that were very interesting in the Grundtvigian or Nordic conception of international relations. First, border changes by plebiscites. What happened in 1920 was that the regions of Schleswig voted whether they wanted to belong to Denmark or to Germany. And the northernmost region voted to belong to Denmark, and then the other two voted for Germany. And hence, the border was moved southwards, peacefully. And wouldn't this be a possible solution, for example, for Ukraine? Then peaceful secession. Norway seceded from Sweden in 1905, Finland seceded from Russia in 1917, and Iceland seceded from Denmark in 1918. This was not because these were enemies. The Norwegians just said, we are Norwegians, not Swedes, therefore we want our own state. The Finns said, we are not Russians, we are Finns, we want our own state. The Icelanders said, we are Icelanders, not Danes. They are wonderful people, the Danes, but civilized, well-meaning. But they are not us. We want to be ourselves. We are Icelanders. So peaceful secession. Autonomy on national enclaves. We had an example there in the Nordic countries. It was the Åland Islands. They were Swedish-speaking, And they wanted, after the Finnish independence of 1917, to belong to Sweden. They had a plebiscite, and a great majority wanted to belong to Sweden. This was referred to the International Court of Justice that said that sovereignty belonged to Finland, but only after the Finns had promised autonomy for the Åland Islands. And they did so, and now the Åland Islands are perfectly happy to be a part of Finland, even if they are Swedish-speaking, and feel themselves to be Swedish, have a Swedish identity. This is, of course, the same thing that happened in South Tyrol, that Mussolini tried to oppress the German-speaking part of Italy, and now the South Tyrolers, they are perfectly happy within Italy. So autonomy or national enclaves. And I said here, why can't we impose this solution on the Middle East conflict? I don't believe that there will be a two-state solution there, because you can't have a state that is sending rockets to you. But can't we have a sovereignty by Israel over the whole place, like Finland has the sovereignty over the Åland Islands, but national self-governing units there? Only a suggestion. I'm not solving the riddle of life or the problems of the world, but I think those are interesting ideas that have been successfully implemented in the Nordic countries. Then we have the last thing that I wanted to say. We have cooperation with minimal surrender of sovereignty in the Nordic countries, because over the years and decades, they have increased and intensified their cooperation, but it has been a spontaneous cooperation. They abolished the passports, they have a common labor market, they have mutual social benefits, they have coordination of legal statutes in the Nordic countries. Why can't we look at the Nordic Council as a model for Europe instead of the United States of America? Why don't we have a Europe of nation states, a family, not a prison? Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. So I'm going to kick off returning to the Irish context, because we're here. And just for those who aren't aware of Burke, he's often described as an Anglo-Irish philosopher or Anglo-Irish thinker. In the odd divisions that people make about the family of the Irish, Burke's father's side are Norman rather than English. They were at least gentry. They would have been landed, and after the wars in the 17th century, they would have supported the Stuarts. They would have supported James, and they largely lost their property. On his mother's side, his family were Nagels, who were minor Gaelic aristocracy in Munster. They still had some property, they still had some status, but they had lost a lot also, because in 1600, roughly 90% of the land in the country was held in the hands of Catholics. By 1700, that had gone from 90% to 10%. So first during the Tudor period under Elizabeth, then the Stuarts to a degree, but then particularly after the wars of the Confederacy and the Cromwellians, and then 1688 and 1690, the Battle of the Boyne, the defeat of James, and the triumph of William and Mary, there's a massive transfer of land. And Burke's family on both sides, Catholics on both sides, suffered for that. And I think, Daniel, we'll come to that in a minute, that's something that informs Burke and the way he looks at the world. So Burke comes in, he's very close to his mother, he has a difficult relationship with his father. The descriptions we have from his friends is that his father was a difficult man. He attends his first school with his Nagel relatives, which would have been a hedge school. His next school is in Ballator, which is a Quaker school, where he becomes great friends with Shackleton. Now, my point here is simply that if you look at his education, at no stage does he receive an Anglican education until he gets to Trinity. He doesn't experience any kind of proper formal Anglican catechesis. Now, I wouldn't for a moment, I don't think there's any reason to suggest that his Anglicanism is any sense faked. But I do wonder, and I'm going to have two questions for you on this. But first, on this point, I wondered when I was getting ready for this, reading some of Burke, whether his faith in Anglicanism, because Burke has very little interest, it seems to me, in engaging in debates about articles of dogma or points of theology. That's not something he likes. In fact, it's not that he's not interested, he actively dislikes it. Yeah. But he has great faith in Anglicanism as the established church. And I wonder, is that in a way because his primary faith is in the genius of the English Constitution? And the English Constitution, a central part of that, is based on the Anglican Church as the established church. And since he sees the genius of the Constitution, and the Anglican Church is a central part of it, therefore, in some sense, the Anglican Church must be true. So that's my first. I'm wondering if that's part of his Anglicanism. Because he's surrounded by either dissenters or Catholics. And if we look at the speech he gives at the Guildhall in Bristol, I mean, he talks about that a phrase you may have heard of. He says, I think, bad laws are the worst tyranny. And he talks about all of the negative consequences that the penal laws, the anti-Catholic laws, have had. But never doing so in the sense of either denigrating the truth of Anglicanism, or he talks about superstition and the Reformation as the greatest thing, but rather the moral effect that it has on the nation. So the second thing, the way he looks at the issue around, say, emancipation, obviously has to be affected by his family and his affection for the people he knows. But also, for example, in India, his attitude to what happens in India. Burke recognizes, I think I'm right in saying, the right of conquest. He accepts the right of conquest. But he says something which is, I may be wrong, but I'm kind of curious. When he talks about conquest, he talks about the degree to which a conquest is settled, and maybe even legitimate, is the degree to which it's held in the memory of the people. So, for example, in England, nobody really was bothered much about the Saxon conquest of the Britons. Or indeed, everybody had pretty well got over the Norman conquest of the Saxons. Now, Burke had to be aware, coming from the family where he did, that who were keenly present, that they had lost. They were keenly aware of the conquest. The conquest had not been forgotten in Ireland. And yet I don't get any sense in his writing that he doubts the legitimacy of the state. So, first of all, the role of the church, and is it that sense that it derives its from the genius of the Constitution, that's his principle guiding star. And the second thing, the way that he talks about not just the Irish issue, but, for example, about India, and maybe even America, is affected by his Irish experience.
Really, really good and interesting set of questions. Let's start with why is he called Anglo-Irish? Where does this come from? I think it's actually partly just abuse of language. I remember many years ago watching an edition of Question Time, BBC Question Time, and on the panel were Patrick Mayhew, who was then the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and Claire Short, who was then the Labour spokesman. And he was described as Anglo-Irish, and she was described as Irish, which is 180 degrees the wrong way around. Right? The Mayhews were properly Irish, the Shorts they came to Dublin with Cromwell. Right? But the reason they were described that way is because he was posh. And that I think is what sort of seeped into the consciousness as what the labels indicate. And so because Burke was Anglican and because he never wrote about, or very rarely wrote about it, given how, as you correctly say, how huge Ireland was in his making, it's a surprisingly small part of his output. He writes much more about India, America, France than he does about Ireland. So for all of those reasons, he's thought to be more British, and therefore this erroneous label is applied. He was completely Irish, as you say. The Burke's, it was a Norman name. It was the de Burgh, like the lady in Red Guy, right? But they, by Burke's time, were, they'd become Catholic, they'd become Gaelic, they'd intermarried. So he was, like Jeremy Mayhew, he was being mislabeled because of how he spoke. By the way, he never looked anything other than completely Irish to people in England. He, as one of his contemporaries say, you hear the flow of the Liffey every time he opens his mouth. Right? He never lost his accent.
Sorry, Augustine Birrell says that he was not only seen as being Irish, but he was seen as being, unusually in England, as being a typical Irishman.
Yeah.
In fact, the kind of Irishman that Englishmen will make a point, and occasionally Scotsmen too, of disliking.
Yes, although he wasn't disliked. I mean, it's given how clever he was and how he followed the arrow flight of his logic to some unusual places, it's amazing he wasn't more disliked.
But he had a talent for friendship.
Yes, he really did, including with a lot of Tories at that time. His political career was actually spectacularly unsuccessful given how brilliant he was, but in that sense, he was the template for a lot of people who came later. All the Tony Benns, the Enoch Powells, the people who were brilliant but incapable of compromise and couldn't therefore hold office for long. In fact, his most recent biographer, Jesse Norman, had a rather Burkean career in that he held only a very minor, which was, of course, exactly what his hero had done. But he was, without question, a lifelong Whig. He never really wavered in his party allegiance, and was seen as a Whig and a Liberal. Really, he only began to be adopted by Conservatives and by the Conservative Party as a hero at the beginning of the 20th century. Largely, actually, he was kind of reinterpreted by one of the Marquis of Salisbury's children, who was another Conservative MP in the Edwardian time. So being a Whig created, if you like, a tension. He was an absolutely sincere supporter of the Revolution of 1688. He thought that we had avoided tyranny and we had established the traditional rights of Parliament and therefore of the people. He saw it, as Hannes said, as a fundamentally conservative revolution, that there was a kind of foreign-inspired attempt to create an absolute monarchy, but that traditional rights had prevailed against it. But he could not have been unaware of the impact of that revolution in Ireland, where it sustained exactly the imbalance of land ownership and political power that Michael mentioned. He'd come from that community and he was well aware of that dichotomy. I think he saw first of all, what you say about his Anglicanism is interesting. His Anglicanism was a kind of compromise. It was a default, as it was for quite a few people. If you didn't have strong convictions, just go with what will make your life easier, right? I don't think this is particularly unusual. You can probably guess from my surname, and indeed my first name, my father's family was Irish Catholic. My mother's was Scots Presbyterian. I was baptized in the Church of England as an easy compromise because it was the easiest way of not having to think about it. Anglicanism is a remarkably undoctrinal faith for a lot of its adherents. It's probably the closest you can get to complete agnosticism while still being a Christian denomination. And it's striking that Burke doesn't ever talk about his relationship with his church. He does talk about his Christian principles, but how un-Burke-like not to talk about his little platoon, right? Mm-hmm. In every other context, Burke is hugely attached to the particularism of place and circumstance, except this. It's remarkable how whenever he's asked about religion, he talks in very general terms about Christianity. And I think that he saw in the political realignment that followed the French Revolution, so the party system had kind of collapsed under George III. There was a group calling themselves Whigs, which he was part of, but there were no people calling themselves Tories at that time, although there were, well, sorry, that's not right. There were Tories at that time, but there was no Tory party at that time. But a new party alignment was formed, or the old party alignment was rediscovered, initially on the basis of attitudes to what was happening in France. So Pitt the Younger, who became Prime Minister after the American War, was then the head of a faction that remained fairly solidly in power until 1830, which became the Tory party again. But what defined them was hostility, Burkean hostility to what was happening in France, and readiness to use repressive measures at home against Jacobin sympathizers of what was seen as a pressing foreign enemy. And the Whig party, Burke's own party, the Rockinghamites and Foxites, were much more initially sympathetic to the French Revolution. It was only really when they saw the full consequences that they, and even then rather grudgingly, admitted that they got it wrong and kept, and throughout were still pushing for easier peace terms. Now, what does that say about Burke coming from a majoritarian Irish Catholic background? Well, it's really important to understand the nature of English and Scottish anti-Catholicism in the 17th and early 18th century. Right? It was overwhelmingly not doctrinal, it was not dogmatic, it was much more geopolitical. In other words, people didn't really care about the transubstantiation or whether you prayed for the souls of the dead. The concern was that if the semi-permanent war with France and Spain ended in an invasion, whose side would English Catholics be on? J.P. Kenyon, the great historian, likened it to the Cold War. He said there was an external threat that was so severe that even democratic socialists who had no sympathy with Soviet tyranny were bound to come under suspicion because they were too close. And in exactly the same way, wrongly, by the way, as even the great Whig historian Trevelyan admitted, English and Scottish Catholic gentry were always under a cloud of suspicion, really until the American War. The numbers in which English, Scottish, and particularly Irish Catholics volunteered to fight for the crown in the American Revolution removed any taint of disloyalty. The phrase of the time was they proved their loyalty, right? The charge of divided loyalties was impossible to reconcile with the lengthy lists of Catholic war dead on the memorials. Burke, I think, saw the French Revolution as a way of reinterpreting how people thought. So if you had, just prolonging that Kenyan Cold War analogy for a moment, the fear of the English or Scottish Whig from the late 17th to the late 18th century, if you'd expressed it in the form of a map, it would have been a big arrow going from Spain to Ireland, and then a smaller arrow, two smaller arrows coming from Ireland to the Scottish Highlands and to Lancashire. This was where the fifth column was thought to be, right? And Burke understood that the French Revolution would flip people's minds, would flip people's attitudes to foreign policy. That now that there was this secular and anti-clerical enemy, and that the chief enemy of that national rival was the Catholic Church in France, indeed the Catholic Church in the rest of Europe, that Catholicism could be rehabilitated in the minds of English Whigs. As indeed it basically was, right? That we had the Catholic Relief Act in 1795, and Burke lived long enough and warmly supported the establishment of Maynooth, which I understand we're going to visit this afternoon rather appropriately. So it worked.
To anticipate a fun fact, while it was established, more parliamentary time was spent debating the Maynooth Grant than the repeal of the Corn Laws.
Yes.
Now, I want to question...
Or building the seminary.
Here's a question for the philosopher. Hannah Arendt, in the famous Gauss interview, he starts off by calling her a philosopher. He says, no, I've left philosophy behind. She said, philosophy, since Plato, cannot be neutral when it comes to politics. And philosophers, with the exception of Kant, and I'll take her word for it, I've never understood, is hostile to politics. Now, Burke is not hostile to politics. On the contrary, Burke is better. What is Burke? I mean, one of the things that happens with Burke is you have this squabbling. I mean, with the exception of a few people, Mary Shelley, Mr. Marx, the German historian, and his colleague, Mr. Engels, and then Tony Benn. Even people who were on different sides recognized Burke as a huge talent, as a genius or whatever. But there were different debates at different times. Was he a practical thinker? Was he a metaphysical thinker? what was he? Debates about was he a positivist, was he a Benthamite, was he a utilitarian, whatever. But what is he a philosopher? Is what Burke does, is it philosophy? Is it political theory? Is it a kind of history of a constitution? What is it that he does?
Well, I think that Burke can be considered a political philosopher, and actually a profound one, because he articulated the British political tradition even better than Locke and Hume and Smith, and this great insight that the social contract is a partnership between the dead, the living, and the coming generations is extraordinary. I would like to say that a lot of my classical liberal friends, they do not like participating in politics, and I disagree with them. And I would like to bring your attention to the fact that the three, not only Burke, who was a member of parliament, but the three Nordic thinkers that I was describing here, they were all active in politics. Snorri Sturluson, he was the law speaker of Iceland twice. He was the richest man in Iceland, and he was the only official of the Icelandic Commonwealth. Anders Chydenius was a member of the Swedish Diet and very successful there, and a friend of the king and quite a player in Sweden. Grundtvig was also a member of the Constituent Assembly of Denmark that gave Denmark a liberal constitution in 1849, and he was a member of the Danish parliament. So none of them try to be above politics. I think that it's our civic duty to participate in politics, and in his famous contrast of the liberty of the ancients and the liberty of the moderns, Benjamin Constant said that commerce was wonderful, that it unleashed all kinds of forces, creative powers and so on, but the problem was that it might discourage people from participation in politics, from doing their civic duty, which is to participate in politics. This would be my answer to that. But I would like to give a few remarks about those very interesting questions that Dan Hannan was responding to. One is about the church. I think that for Burke, the main point was to support the established church in each country, which would mean the Catholic Church in France and the Presbyterians in Scotland and the Anglican Church in England. Why was that? That's because the church was a bastion of stability and continuity. And this was also Grundtvig's idea, even if Grundtvig was different from Burke in actively welcoming congregations outside the established Danish church. But why was that? Because congregations, as well as associations and so on, they give people meaning, a sense of belonging. And that's what has been lacking in a lot of classical liberal theory. The very idea that we are not only individuals. I applaud individuality and individual choice. That Romeo and Julia, they decide to marry each other instead of just following their two families. That's fine, that's individualism. But we all want to be members of a community, to belong to something, to have a meaning in life. And Grundtvig thought so about congregations, free congregations, and associations. And both he and Chydenius, they were priests actually. And why is religion, why should we have sympathy with religion like the Christian religion as a conservative liberals? I think it is because it will instill in us humility, and that's what we need. There is so little that we know, each of us. So how are we going to live in a civilization? It is by utilizing the knowledge of everybody else. This is beautifully described by Hayek, and I think that the Christian equivalent of this is humility before the God, and for the economists like Hayek, it is our awareness of our inevitable ignorance that can only be overcome by the price mechanism and free trade in the present, and by availing ourselves of the wisdom of generations over time. So that's what I was going to say about established religion, but I can't resist if I can.
Briefly, because I would like to get the audience.
Sure, to say something about India. is there any such thing as India? I think it is a total construct. There was Hyderabad and the Mysore and all kinds of principalities and so on. And I think that the greatest mistake was not to allow all of these to be independent states instead of accumulating all in one big entity that was then controlled for decades by a dynasty, the Gandhi Nehru dynasty that held down the abilities of the Indian peoples.
Okay, does anybody, I have plenty of questions, but I feel I should ask. Please.
I would like to continue on the topic of Nordic liberalism. And some would argue that Sweden, where I come from, wasn't even feudal society because of the laws of property and estate and so. Would you agree on that, or?
Absolutely, and you see, Carl Bildt, he once gave a very interesting speech about this, and he said, the fact about Sweden is that there was never a feudal system there, never adscription or anything like that. And the ideal of the independent farmer, which you have in the poems of Geyer and others, is just wonderful. It's an aura of individuality. It's a total misunderstanding that Sweden is a collectivistic society by heritage. There has been strong collectivistic flavor in the 20th century. But I will throw out one theory now. The liberal or the traditional liberty in Sweden is strong enough that it has withstood both the assault of the kings that tried to establish absolute power in the 17th and 18th century, and the Social Democrats who are also trying to establish absolute power in the 20th century.
That gentleman?
Yes, I have a question for both of the gentlemen about the little platoons. You already mentioned the church as a little platoon, and the professor, you mentioned that this is a place where people have a sense of belonging. Burke also mentioned other little platoons like the family and the local community, and he is in line with Aristotle. These are the places where people learn virtues, and this is actually where life begins, and those are essential, fundamental for flourishing for a society. And in the sociology, we call this social institutions. They are really important for the social cohesion and social capital and traditions of a society. But nowadays, we see that those little platoons are declining or under attack because of some forces like secularism, globalization, bureaucracy, for example.
So if we could get to the question.
And the question is, how can we, in this century, promote and protect or revitalize those little platoons? And is that possible with those kind of forces?
Prayer.
So you're absolutely right in your diagnosis. I mentioned when I was talking that the Cold War finished just after I read this. It's amazing how long the geopolitical alignments of the Cold War have lasted. Right? If you look at who backs Russia now, Russia is now supposedly an orthodox and nationalist rather than an atheist and communist state, but who are its allies? Syria, Cuba, Nicaragua, the Chinese, every totalitarian state. Why? Because with the exception of Europe, including the Baltic states, that had some democratic muscle memory to fall back on, the destruction of those little platoons made it almost impossible to build a post-totalitarian state in a lot of those places. When János Kádár was the interior minister of Hungary just after the communist coup, his first job was to destroy every civic association between the government and the citizen. Every Boy Scouts group, every tennis club, every church choir, every stamp collecting group, 5,000 institutions either had to become part of the party or be destroyed completely. And that's the real legacy of communism, that they destroy that space. They leave us atomized and alone. And so what do we do to bring it back? Well, the answer is contained in the framing of the question, right? The reason that the Burkean platoons were diminished was because the state squeezed them out. That the authority of the head of the family, the headmaster, the clergyman, the respectable local organic leader of a society was squeezed out to make room for the growing authority of the clerk, the regulator, the licensor, the bureaucrat. Withdraw them, and you recreate a space for civil society.
Yanis, very briefly, because we have one more question, then we have to have coffee.
Yes, just is that there is a flourishing civil society in the European countries, and we should just try to maintain and protect it, and use the tax system, for example, to enable people to bring up their children instead of having to send them to kindergarten, and use them for private schools and other such things. So I think the task of conservative parties is to cultivate and nourish civil society, the space between the state and the individual. And this is precisely what Tocqueville explained as the cause of the French Revolution, that the kings had squeezed out, as Dan Hannan puts it, squeezed out everything between the individual and the state.
Okay, last one.
First, a quick note of thanks to the panel for an insightful and informative conversation. The question, if Burke was alive today, how would he, or is there any insights he might share on a future relationship between Ireland and the UK, in light of things like Brexit, an increasingly bureaucratic Europe?
That's so difficult to answer. Mary Wollstonecraft said, if you'd been born French, maybe you'd have been a revolutionary, right? Your passion, and which I think is wrong, but I kind of see where she was coming from, right? Had he been born 30 years later, might he not, I mean, it never occurred to him that that being Irish didn't also mean British, or couldn't also mean British. But to him, that issue just didn't arise. He was a strong opponent of the, as I said, of the United Irishmen. Not least, he disliked what he saw as the dissenting radical Presbyterian element of it, right? He thought that was ill-mannered. Very unlike his attitude to the American Revolution, where he said, well, actually, you know, they've just taken their Protestantism to the logical destination of not wanting kings telling them what to do. He thought that whole thing was unnatural. Had he been born later, I don't know. I'm going to say, I always think this is my single most unpopular view. In a crowded field. I've spent 20 years in politics accumulating lots of unpopular positions, but I'm going to say this, and I suspect Burke would have agreed, but I can't swear to it. Had the great counterfactual, had any of the Home Rule bills passed, my guess is that we would have been spared 3 wars. The War of Independence, obviously, and the Irish Civil War, and, if you count the Troubles as a long, slow burn war on the other side of the border, right? It could have very easily happened had there not been this unbelievable response to the Easter Rising by the authorities. Most people would have expected it to happen. Complete republicanism was a very fringe position before 1916. And I don't think it is fanciful to imagine Ireland, which had the same sort of population as, I don't know, New Zealand or somewhere, evolving peacefully towards autonomy. Maybe not exactly in the same way as New Zealand, because geography is different, but a great deal of death and suffering would have been spared. Was it needless death after all, says Yeats? I think horribly, yes, it was.
It's an interesting thought experiment. Burke in Brussels. What would he have done? I think he would have focused on the 2 engines of centralization, which are the European Commission and the European Court of Justice. And what he would have done would have been to divide the Court of Justice into 2 courts. One of them would have been a court of subsidiarity, establishing very firmly the subsidiarity principle, namely to make decisions at the lowest possible level and then let another court decide on legal issues. And the European Commission should have been turned into a civil service and deprived of its power to legislate. So that's what a Burke coming in Brussels would have done very briefly, but we all have to enjoy our coffee, so I'm not going to elaborate on this.
I would like to thank Lord Hannan and Hannes Gyrsarsson, Professor, anyway, very much for their contribution. I've enjoyed it tremendously. I hope you have too. And now, coffee and muffins.
Very good.
see as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. You get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone.
I audible to all, just to making clear that the sound is in good order? Thank you all very much for coming. I'd like to thank Robert for the invitation as well. I must say I always enjoy the company at these New Direction events, like-minded enough to keep things friendly, but heterodox enough to keep things spirited and contentious, which is just what we want, of course. So we're going to be talking on the topic of working class conservatism today. And I suppose the focus of my remarks is going to be on what people call populism. The whole complaint of populists, of course, is that democracy is a noble ideal from which we have strayed. They make the case, populists make the case, that true democracy has been killed off by a hyper-progressive, self-serving, out-of-touch establishment, and that this betrayal has occurred most of all at the expense of Europe's native working classes. In the 21st century, I believe, any conservative-minded counter-elite worth its salt must either act in the interests of these people or resign themselves to the only plausible alternative, which is one of indefinite left-wing political domination. Bear in mind, too, that the left of this century will be nothing like the left of the last. The genuine heirs to people like Keir Hardie and Clement Attlee, well represented by people today like Kate Hoey and Lord Maurice Glasman, do not have demographic momentum on their side. The 21st century left will consist of activists more inclined to condemn someone like Winston Churchill as a racist, genocidal maniac than to smile at the thought of having served in his war cabinet, as indeed Attlee himself did, in the role of Deputy Prime Minister. At least since Tony Blair, I would submit, the former party of the proletariat, I think this applies globally as well, but my main focus, as you can tell from my plummy accent, is going to be Britain. At least since Tony Blair, the former party of the proletariat has been consciously dependent on minority voting blocs, having ditched solidarity with the working man for the politics of racial, ethnic, and religious grievance. Andrew Neither, a former speechwriter for Blair, once had an unwise moment of candor in the Evening Standard, admitting that under New Labour, mass immigration was partly, quote, intended to rub the right's nose in diversity and render their arguments out of date. The same strategy has been pursued by other legacy left-wing parties across Europe and North America. Both Bill Clinton and Joe Biden are on record gloating about the involuntary demographic transformation of the United States. In the case of regime journalists, it is even more on the nose. Only a couple of days ago, Jennifer Rubin, a Washington Post opinion writer and left-wing talking head on MSNBC, posted to her 700,000 followers on X, quote, there are nearly 500,000 Haitians in Florida. Someone should start running ads. No doubt when she finds herself on the back foot in other contexts, Rubin is the kind of dishonest actor to insist that Haitians have assimilated wonderfully into the United States. Were that true, of course, she would not be encouraging Democrats to appeal to them as a distinctive political subgroup. Nobody ever does this with German Americans or Huguenot-descended Brits. Such blatant ethnopolitics is nothing short of subversion. Alas, that subversion has been remarkably successful. In Britain, well over 70% of ethnic minorities swing to the left, and this also holds in the United States, as in other countries that have pursued reckless immigration policies without the consent or interests of their own people in mind. California used to be a fairly competitive state, the home of Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan, but this is true no longer. Decades of demographic churn have seen to that, and I, for one, am in favor of noticing these facts and adjusting accordingly. As for the political realignment that's going on at the moment, the failure of the mainstream right to do any such thing in response to these facts is staggering. As the consequences of mass immigration, among other unpopular policy choices, have played out, the loyalties of the native working classes have dramatically shifted. The entire axis of politics has turned, yet the centre-right has been too busy microwaving the talking points of the 80s to notice. Populist parties are capitalizing because their mainstream rivals have not bothered to do so. Considered collectively, it is true, these populists do encompass a rather varied smorgasbord of ideological positions. These include everything from the supply-side Thatcherism of Farage's Reform UK to the more dirigiste approach of Le Pen's Rassemblement National, from the lifestyle liberalism of Geert Wilders to the proactively traditionalist family policy of Viktor Orban's Fidesz, from the uncompromising Atlanticism of Giorgia Meloni to the more skeptical America First posture of one Donald J. Trump. But what unites this otherwise very disparate coalition of movements is, I think, a desire for social, cultural, and indeed demographic security at a time when identity, not politics, has conquered all before it. Identity, not economics, has conquered all before it to become the main issue in our politics. While inequality and the disruptive effects of globalization are an important part of the story as well, I believe that mass immigration is the main driver of this seismic change. Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations is playing out not only between competing geopolitical blocs, but within Western democracies, so suicidally open-minded at the border, they have invited balkanization upon themselves. Meanwhile, as we confront a new breed of radical leftist, more interested in weaponizing racial resentments than nationalizing the ice cream industry, much of the mainstream right continues to act as if we are up against old-fashioned socialists like Michael Foot, a museum piece, if ever there was one, born in Plymouth as long ago as 1913. While it has become commonplace to describe populist voters as hailing from the left-behind towns and neighborhoods, they are in fact more up to speed on what politics is now about than the politicians who claim to represent them. In Britain, the Tories spent 14 long years alienating this core vote while failing to hoover up support from the kinds of people who will always hate their guts in any case. They flirted with the luxury belief class while ignoring ordinary heartbreaks, pandered to foreign diasporas that lean overwhelmingly to the left while stigmatizing the very idea that Britain's host population might have collective interests of its own, and joined in the liturgical celebrations of the LGBT cult while distancing themselves from the married family. They were then deservedly trounced in the recent general election, and what was it all for? They hardly get any credit in the huffy diatribes of LBC's James O'Brien or the very important and high-status FT editorial page. It is no wonder, then, that a working-class backlash, led by populist insurgents, is gathering steam. Among Britain's overrepresented political constituency of midwit Times readers, it is popular to dismiss Clacton-on-Sea, ground zero for Nigel Farage's declared revolt against a cosy Westminster consensus, as a town going nowhere. This is a phrase you will encounter often. Its etiolated Victorian terraces and repurposed semi-retro arcades give the lie to such scornful notions. Whatever Clacton's eventual destiny, this is a town that finds itself adrift from somewhere. Clacton is the very definition of left behind. Its equivalents in the United States would be post-industrial wastelands like Steubenville, Ohio, and Wheeling, West Virginia. An Essex seaside town, Clacton was a well-subscribed domestic holiday destination for middle-class English families until the advent of cheap commercial travel and cheap commercial flights in particular in the 1970s wiped out the bustling local economy. No one goes to Clacton on holiday in England anymore. It has since sunk into a haven of economic stagnation, welfare dependency, and public ill health. While local circumstances invariably differ, there are similar patterns up and down the country, across Europe, and across North America, of course, as well. While Reform UK won 5 such seats, it is not a coincidence that they came second, most often to Labour, in 98 others at the recent general election. There are whole swathes of working-class voters waiting to be pinched from Sir Keir Starmer, or indeed roused from their disillusionment to vote for a truly patriotic national party. Our new elite's contempt for such people became even more blatant after Axel Rudikubana's mass slaughter of young girls at a Taylor Swift dance class back in August. Despite countless imported horrors, from industrial rape gangs and endemic knife crime to sectarian infighting and Islamist intimidation, it was only once a backlash had been triggered among Britain's working classes predominantly that we saw a sudden concern for law and order setting in among our otherwise feeble leaders. Ministers and magistrates rushed to show a sentimental toughness that would have made Nixon blush amid the turmoil of 1968. Overall, a majority of British people, no matter how they voted in the recent election, believe that immigration policy in recent years must shoulder some of the blame for this recent civil unrest. When elected leaders consistently defy public opinion, it is no surprise that the more hot-headed among us, wrongly but understandably, resort to expressing themselves through violence instead of the ballot box. Worse still, these underlying concerns will not be addressed anytime soon, and they will never be addressed at all unless right-wing parties, be they populist or mainstream, ditch strategies that are not only treacherous, for that is bad enough, but losing and ineffective. The electoral consequences of demographic change were clear enough 20 years ago. In 2000, George W. Bush lost 10 of the 15 states with the most foreign-born residents. 10 out of 15 with the most foreign-born residents George W. Bush lost in 2000. He swept to victory in all 10 of the states with the smallest share of foreign-born: Montana, Mississippi, Wyoming, West Virginia, South Dakota, North Dakota, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Nevertheless, under the influence of Republican strategist Karl Rove, the party establishment, right up until the Trump revolution, continued to fish around obsessively for minorities while neglecting the very voters that had guaranteed their political fortunes from Harry Truman onwards. The only Democrat in the post-war era to beat a Republican rival to a larger share of the white vote was Lyndon Baines Johnson in his 1964 landslide. Now, let me be clear about what I'm not saying. I am not calling on right-wing parties to adopt a whites-only approach or to tar all minorities with the same scornful brush. This would be both wrong and counterproductive. Apart from anything else, there are a fair few minorities whom Eric Kaufmann, the political scientist with whom some of you may be aware, describes as ethno-cultural traditionalists. That's a coinage of Kaufmann's. People like my friend, Momus Najmi, I should tell you that he's Pakistani just to give myself some cover, who sincerely does love Britain, despite not hailing from Britain. But crucially, and this is the crucial criteria which qualifies someone as an ethno-cultural traditionalist, he loves Britain because he associates what is good about the country with its historic people, not with a David Cameron-style laundry list of ill-defined abstract values. Such minorities want to preserve the British people, or indeed the Irish people if it comes to that, in the same way that I would want to preserve the Japanese people if my heart ever moved me to live in Tokyo. What I'm saying then is that conservatives should not be trying to seduce minorities at the expense of their more reliable voter base. The American left never goes out of its way to court evangelical voters or gun owners. This is because, for all their faults, they are cunning political strategists, and they realize that these are solidly Republican constituencies. Electorally speaking, they hunt where the ducks are, and I'm suggesting that it's about time we do likewise. I will conclude with a plea that we distinguish between populist appeal, which I wholeheartedly applaud, and populist methods, which I believe will get us nowhere. One problem we face today is that, with the exception potentially, and there may be some others that people might want to suggest, but with the distinctive exception of Viktor Orban in Hungary, the populist right lacks serious leadership. People like Farage, who's obviously irresistible on a certain level, but people like Farage have proved themselves, so far at least, to be more addicted to spearheading ostentatious pressure campaigns than making serious bids for power and the responsibility that comes with it. We get calls for fresh referendums and are invited to enjoy entertaining pieces to camera on GB News, but encounter little in the way of policy detail or serious strategic planning. There are legitimate concerns that reform, again to speak primarily of my own country, is not much more than a one-man band, a media-fueled enterprise with limited potential to scale beyond the admittedly irresistible persona of Farage himself. I should say that I hope that I'm wrong, but I think we need to understand something which came much more naturally to our forebears than it does for us, because we, of course, labor under a democrat ethos in our modern age. And the unpopular truth is that politics is not primarily something engaged in by people. It is primarily a struggle within elites and between elites. As George Bernard Shaw once put it, 2% of the people think, 3% of the people think they think, and 95% of people would rather die than think. Since you're all here, you're probably safe, I should say. But given that rough breakdown, politics is bound to attract the most ambitious, highly motivated individuals within the first two categories. And more often, it must be said, the slightly higher number of people who think they think rather than those who actually do. No elite can exist without such people, the genuine visionaries and the deluded chancers alike. The fatal flaw in populism is that it bets on the preferences of the people being ultimately decisive. In truth, while the people can and should send messages at the ballot box, it's important that they do that, it is up to a much smaller number of people to decide how these are processed, indeed whether they get acted upon at all. It's partly that pattern which accounts for our existing frustrations, the way in which people are constantly making their preferences eminently clear in election campaigns and seeing very little in the way of practical results. This is why I believe if democracy is to work, it is actually more important that the people should feel able to identify with the values of their elite class than they should possess a de jure freedom under the law to participate in the affairs of government. Without this spirit of identification, this fundamental spirit of moral and national identification, the technical right to vote every 5 years amounts to very little. Populists, then, counterintuitively, must reconcile themselves to pursuing a kind of elite standing, despite the fact that this will mean giving up the insurgent underdog status with all of its exhilarating qualities that the word populism evokes. And I should say that the populists of classical antiquity, as indeed the populists of other ages, demonstrate this fact. This was true of Julius Caesar. He was transgressive when crossing the Rubicon, but by the time he had triumphed over Pompey in the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC, Caesar was in a powerful enough position to show clemency towards his former opponents in the Senate and have them install him as the effective dictator of Rome. And another important clarification, this is not to say that we should be clamoring for Caesar-like figures, but his breathtaking success until his assassination, of course, goes to show that populists in the Caesarian mold cannot be indulgently and forever outside the mainstream if they wish to get anything done. If democracy sets the people free, the price of this freedom is vigilance. But while the people, particularly today, are no doubt wiser than their elites, they tend to be poor guardians of the power that democracy theoretically confers on them. They are very easily dispossessed, as we have seen, by better organized minorities, however fanatical those minorities happen to be, if you speak to them. And in the absence of an elite that shares their values and interests, the people will be overpowered and molded, and remolded indeed, by one that does not. So, to conclude, we must replace our new elite with an alternative in which the average citizen, particularly among the West's native working classes, sees his own values and priorities reflected back to him. This is a long-term project, no doubt, but the result need not be another oligarchic monstrosity that hides from the electorate and pulls levers from behind the scenes. If successful, our reward will be a patriotic guardian class, only too happy to show its face among the people. Populism is either the prelude to a new and better elite, or it is a lone, forgettable crescendo in the grand score of history.
Hi, everyone. That was excellent, wasn't it? Thank you very much to New Direction for having me here, to Michael and Gary for the invite. My name is Naoimh Frean. I'm a correspondent with and a founder of Gript Media. And I'm going to talk to you today about identity, immigration, and the need for real political diversity. And I'm going to begin by saying in 1645, the brilliant Irish general Eoin Rua O'Neill marshalled his troops at Benburb and spurred them to victory against the forces of Robert Monroe by reminding them that they were a people whose ancestors had occupied this country for more than 3,000 years. And he was relying on an instinct that is as ancient as history itself. And that's our need for identity, our need for belonging, for freedom and for sovereignty. It's why culture and traditions and language and rootedness and community and that shared memory we have, it's why all those things matter. It's why the concept of a nation under God or under a sovereign or both, or as representative of a people sharing commonalities and identity and history, continues to resonate, continues to offer meaning and stability. Because as one of our most famous leaders here in Ireland, Pádraig Pearse, said, the good of the nation means ultimately the good of the individual men and women who compose the nation. And as you all know, both socialism and now more often globalism have long been arrayed against that strong binding force of national identity. In contrast, the alignment of conservatism with nationalism is obvious to me, since both systems and ideologies seek to preserve structures and concepts and values that best serve societies, especially in relation to its most fundamental units, such as the family, and its fundamental constructs, such as freedom. And all of this, I think, is important as background because the immigration crisis that Europe is now facing, a crisis which is also in many ways an opportunity, has, I would argue, led or at least can lead to a revival of public understanding of the importance of national identity. And the most obvious recent example of a reaction to the unprecedented wave of immigration being experienced into Europe that is rooted, or that was rooted in national identity, is, of course, Brexit. And many of you will remember, no doubt, the frankly insulting and often abusive media reporting around that seismic event. You remember how Leave voters were depicted as ignorant and backward and racist. And it was, the chattering classes decided, both in Ireland as well as in England, most regrettable that those voters had been given the opportunity to drag Britain backwards. That's how they saw it. And In Ireland, when the role of immigration in the Brexit vote was discussed, Leave voters were most often, I think, accused of nostalgia for empire because those making that claim understood how that would resonate with Irish people. And they were also accused of a small-minded rejection of other cultures. But I think what later became acknowledged, or eventually acknowledged, and backed up by research from UCL and Stockholm University, for example, was that those people who valued British identity were more likely to be in favour of leave, in other words, to be pro-leave. And the question that was never asked in the Irish media discussions of Brexit, which usually, in fairness, amounted to little more than just a prolonged wringing of hands, was what on earth was wrong with that? What is wrong with valuing your own identity? Now, I'm saying that as somebody who comes from a long, unbroken line of unrepentant Irish Fenians. But I would hold it entirely natural for a British person to love their country and cherish their identity just as I do mine. And the dismay expressed by the elites in this country and elsewhere, by those who almost comically see themselves as the great and the good, at Brexit, at Trump, at the result of elections in Hungary and France, and at the growth of new political groupings like Vox in Spain, for example, comes mostly from a place of anger, in my opinion, because the voters didn't vote as they were expected to. They didn't vote as they were told to, and therefore they all had to belong to a basket of deplorables. That's what the elites say, not because the views of these voters are genuinely deplorable, but because they weren't listening to those who had decided how voters should vote, who had decided how the country should be run. And that's why populism is so disparaged by the establishment parties and the establishment media. They try to portray it as an expression of ignorance. But really it's because they don't like the way populism is often an expression of the ordinary voter, seeking the best for the individual, the best for their community, and the best for their country. And in what has now become the thorniest and most urgent of issues, immigration, the fury of the liberal establishment and their anger, and that of the media, which supports them on almost all of their causes, cannot bear to brook any dissent, not because they are blind to the reality of what is happening in regard to immigration, but precisely because they know what is at stake. Because the data, the facts and figures are stark, and I'd imagine they're well known to everybody in this room, so I'm not going to rehash many of them. It might be suffice to say that it's 7 years since Douglas Murray wrote The Strange Death of Europe, detailing how rapidly declining birth rates and concurrent spiralling immigration rates could lead to a kind of suicide of European civilization. And since the publication of that book, since those 7 years, things have actually got much worse. According to the European Commission, in the EU, in 2023, 22% of people aged 15 to 74 years were either foreign-born or a descendant of foreign-born persons. 29 million immigrants have arrived into Europe in the past decade, legally and illegally, with a total number of non-EU nationals entering the EU reaching 5.1 million in 2022. And the sheer scale, I think, of those numbers can be difficult to grasp. That's why snapshots, I think, can help. So last year, in just 4 days, nearly 12,000 illegal immigrants came by sea to Lampedusa, a small Italian island of just 6,000 inhabitants. Most of you will have seen the photographs, I think, the media coverage of that event. And the impact, I think, of that snapshot was astonishing. And Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the time said that the EU needed to join Italy and Hungary in a greater commitment to fighting against the human trafficking networks and creating an effective return policy. And I think this is what's interesting. Other European leaders used to be vocally critical of Meloni's policies, but now we have the British Labour Party Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, applauding Italy's strategy, seeking to stop migrants from reaching the country, whilst the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, is defending Italy's proposed deal for offshore processing with Albania. The German authorities, long lauded for their commitment to multiculturalism, seems to have shifted, reacting to public anger in the wake of the murderous attacks by what Le Monde described as radicalised refugees in Mannheim and Solingen. They have reintroduced border controls at Germany's land borders and is now deporting Afghan refugees to Kabul. In Hungary, Viktor Orban's government has threatened to send illegal immigrants from Budapest to Brussels by bus. Hungary's Prime Minister has also described the crisis facing Europe in regard to immigration and as an existential issue. And measures to tackle the soaring immigration rates are not confined to the right. In Denmark, the tough policies championed by the Social Democrats are meant, they argue, to protect the less well-off and the disadvantaged, those most negatively disadvantaged by large-scale immigration, their Prime Minister claims. Yet there are precious few establishment voices championing Irish people in similar positions, despite the obvious chaos being caused by rocketing immigration rates into this tiny country. Indeed, I think a lot of people would describe the left in Ireland as the useful idiots of big capital when it comes to this issue. And what we see is that the government's deeply unpopular immigration policies are being battered through at the point of a Garda or police baton. The shocking scenes in small villages like Newtown Mount Kennedy, where pepper spray and riot police were used against those ordinary people opposing an asylum centre, represented a serious rupturing in the previously easy relationship between Gardaí Síochána, the Irish police, and ordinary people in the Republic. In 2023, the Central Statistics Office tells us the population in Ireland rose by 98,700 people. This was the largest 12-month increase since 2008. There were 149,200 immigrants in 2023, which was a 17-year high, and this was a third successive 12-month period where over 100,000 people immigrated to Ireland. The number of people living in asylum accommodation has soared from under 7,000 in 2020 to almost 32,000 this week. Thousands of those have come to this country without passports or identifying documents, yet almost none are deported. Most of those claiming asylum are not, in fact, from war-torn countries. Last week, the largest number, for example, came to Ireland from Nigeria. Nigerians make up the largest number of people occupying asylum accommodation in Ireland, followed by Georgians. Georgia is also not a war-torn country. In addition, more than 100,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Ireland since the outbreak of the war. And the impact of this huge surge in numbers arriving into a small country already struggling with an ever-deepening housing crisis, record levels of homelessness, chaos in the health service, and now a critical shortage of teachers. The impact of that should have been perfectly obvious. Yet the few TDs and senators, and they really were only a handful, who spoke up initially, mostly independent TDs, that's our MPs, or those from A&2, were absolutely savaged by the establishment parties and by the media for doing so. Carl Nolan TD, for example, an independent, was told by the Minister for Housing, Darragh O'Brien, that her call for the government to assess how many refugees and immigrants the country could take, she was told that that was a threat to social cohesion. Now the same minister is belatedly acknowledging that immigration is a factor in the strain on housing. But the truth is that most of the government and the opposition are in complete lockstep on this issue. There's a need for real diversity of thought in Irish politics, but it's not the kind of diversity that would be championed by DEI programmes or the army of NGOs currently bleeding the Irish taxpayer dry. But the question to me isn't simply one of resources, and this is where the words of Owen Rua and Pearse and the issue of national identity actually matter. My colleague in Gript Media, Matt Tracy, dug into the figures released by the CSO and by Eurostat to find that 22% of people living in Ireland in 2023 were born overseas. That figure jumped almost 10%, up from 20% in just 1 year. It was 20% in 2022. This is a radical, radical change to this country, and it has happened almost entirely without any debate. Ireland now has the fourth largest proportion of non-national population of all 27 EU member states, behind only Luxembourg, Malta and Cyprus. What does that mean for Ireland's identity? What does it mean for our culture, our structures, and our traditions. What happens when the proportion of people living in this country who are foreign-born reaches 30% or 40%? Could it be the case that we are heading for a situation where Irish people could become a minority in our own country? And these are enormous, existential, essential questions. So why are we not having these conversations? Why are these conversations shut down and censored? Why are we afraid of having this debate? As Dan O'Brien, the chief economist with the Institute of International and European Affairs, said recently, Ireland is unlike any other country in Europe. We haven't had a discussion about what is the right level of immigration for this country. The lack of discussion is, of course, absolutely deliberate. It's not happening because those in power don't want it to happen. But polls repeatedly show that a huge majority of Irish people, between two-thirds and three-quarters, believe that Ireland has taken in too many refugees. And snapshot polls also repeatedly show that immigration is a primary concern for voters, as important as housing. But that significant majority is grossly underrepresented in the Dáil, in our Parliament. And voters aren't really to blame, I feel, sometimes for this failure. Michael Dwyer, who you heard from earlier, said in his podcast last week, if you don't listen to The Right Side, you should, it's great, with Gary Kavanagh. He said if you are given a bad menu in a restaurant, you can't be faulted for choosing a bad meal. And right now, the two most essential developments required in Ireland are political coherence and a media that challenges the consensus. Gript is working towards the latter. The next few weeks will reveal whether the former has made any advance. The polls show that at least 20% of voters are looking for independent candidates in the forthcoming election. They're looking for candidates who broadly oppose the establishment on issues like immigration. They are abandoning Sinn Féin. They're abandoning the opposition party because they feel that Sinn Féin has abandoned them on the immigration issue and on other issues. Time will tell whether a shift occurs, not just in policy, but in the broad sweep of history, in the sense that matters more than short-term metrics, that speaks to continuity and the sense of ancient belonging that drove Owen Rua at Benburb. Thank you very much.
It's great to be here in the New Direction Academy. I would like to thank Robert for putting the invitation out. It was a great pleasure to accept. If I knew I was going to have a Britney Spears style headset, I would have said yes even quicker. So I'm just waiting for the snake to arrive. Perhaps not. Won't indulge in any of her Instagram posts though, so you're lucky for that. It's great to be back in Ireland. I used to live in Ireland when I was a late teenager. I was a teenager once. I wasn't very good at it. But I used to live in a place called Longford. And Longford, to go and get a good pint of stout, you had to go to this little local place. And it was, you go through, it was a hardware store. And then you go through the hardware store, and there was a pub right behind it. And there was a caption on the wall of a headline in a newspaper, which they had framed, and it says, "The only place in the world where you can buy a hammer and get hammered." So it's great to be back in Ireland. It's a country I adore, so thank you very much indeed. So I'm going to talk about working class conservatism. Right, there's the title, Perceiving the Angel in the Marble. Where's that from? Who said it? Benjamin Disraeli, great. Has anyone said that? Well done. So Disraeli, so this idea of working class conservatism is not new. It's not a new thing. The Conservatives have been looking at it and how to adapt to it since Disraeli in the Victorian time. So first of all, we can look at a definition of conservatism, and it's a short one from Roger Scruton, and let me just read it to you. Conservatism is a philosophy of inheritance and stewardship. As you can see, inheritance and stewardship. Conservatism is, by its very nature, cross-class. It is not a class-based philosophy. You can be working class, middle class, upper class, and still want to do those very things. You want to preserve your inheritance and pass it on to your children and grandchildren, and you want to buy a home, live in your neighborhood, stewardship of your town, village, city. So that's my first point. So I'm an academic, unfortunately. Don't hold it against me. Token Tory in the academy. And you can see in all the literature, the framing is that a working class conservative is an oddity. It's strange. It shouldn't be that way because it's a class-based philosophy for the upper classes. Here's Disraeli, and I won't read it all to you, but I'll just pick it out. This is what I'm not saying. What I'm saying is not new. For example, this is not new. So back to Disraeli again. None are so interested in maintaining the institutions of their country are the working classes. Maintaining the institutions of their country, be it the family, be it the local pub where you can buy a hammer and get hammered, where it is your little platoon, your nation state. So it's the idea of people defending and being able to defend popular institutions, like the ones I've just made. So let me just turn to the British context for a moment. That the idea of that if you are working class and you vote Conservatives is an oddity. Let's just look at that. Keep that in your mind while I'm speaking. What's happened in the British Social Survey attitude is that we can see that people previously, why would they vote for a sort of social democratic party and not conservative? I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. Was because they prioritized their economic security. If you're economically insecure, this argument goes, that you then prioritize your economic security. But we can see that there has been a shift off this idea of left-right axis, where you got it's not very good, but you've got the statist on the one side and a more free market on the other, let's say, to the other axis, which is a socio-cultural axis. You could call this either a liberal, a conservative axis. And what's happened is that British people have started to take culture more seriously, more politically, and they've started to favor their cultural over their economic. This is a wider thing. I just want to throw out there this idea of a post-material society. Just keep that hanging in your mind while I'm talking. So this cultural access is essentially what they refer to as unconventional lifestyles versus traditional cultural conservative lifestyles. So we can see successes in places like in Italy and Sweden, and in the country which I'm also associated with through marriage. My wife is Finnish, and you can see that when the Conservative Party, they've got a proportional representation system, which of course gives disproportionate power to minority parties. But anyway, I'll move on. There you can see that the core Conservative Party, which is called Kokoomus, National Coalition Party, has been embedded in this middle class idea of liberal conservatism. And you can see then on the outside a very, very popular like True Finns, or they call themselves Sininen, which is blue, or other parties growing on the more populist, national populist type of conservatism and doing well. What do they talk about? They talk about identity, reduction of immigration, and so on. So there's Maloney, who's already been mentioned, so I won't talk about this, but some people have said that Maloney was a critical juncture, that you can see that this is a revival. Could we see a revival in this way in other places like Ireland? And I would like to chat to you about that, or we could perhaps discuss it in the open segment. So we can see also a generational shift that's going on, a shift away from Christian democracy in Europe to national populists and a revival. You may think that's a positive, you may think it's a negative, I'm not sure, but it's happening. But the topic itself, working class conservatism, is difficult, because how do you define class? So if you get in to the nitty-gritty of what is class, or should it be class is there plural in working classes? And how much does class shape voting behaviour? Do we, in Britain, a country like Britain, it's particularly strong, or it has been, and it's starting to break down, but it has been a reliable indicator of your voting behaviour. Also things like your religion, your ethnicity, regional identity, if you're from a particular part of the country. People from Ireland would tell you that Cork is different from Dublin, and Dublin is different from Longford, and Longford is different from Sligo. And you can see differences in regional stories, the stories that they tell each other, heroes that they have, etc. I say that I try to tease this out with my students when I talk about class, and I've come up with what I call the Wayne Rooney test. So Wayne Rooney was born in one of the poorest parts of Liverpool. He is now, I think he's a football coach of some football team somewhere named Plymouth. And I asked my students, what class is Wayne Rooney? And then I just let that again hang there. So then I tell them there are a few ways of defining class. Money, if you have it or if you don't. But more importantly, actually how you spend your money. Which creates class. How do you spend it? Do you go to watch football or rugby? Do you go and watch horse racing, or do you go and watch dog racing, etc.? Do you go to the rowing regattas? That how do you spend your money is just important as actually having it. Your profession or your trade, or that difference, if you are a professional or a tradesperson. One that really held sway in Britain for a long time was an academic named Ross, did this you and non-you language. So the terms that you use, so do you say graveyard or cemetery? Do you say pardon or what? These sort of things when you address. And it was very interesting. I got my students to do this, and my students, they were young, and they went dominantly for money. Your class is through how much money you have. If you are rich, you are upper class. If you are poor, you are working class. That's how they dominantly saw it, and only a very few, small segment, not even a third, thought it was traditionally to do with language, how you dress, how you speak, what profession you have, and so on. So they were dominantly about money, and this informs their politics. I'm on the side of the working classes because they have no money. I'm very altruistic and so on, so I support them. Abstractly, of course. Abstractly, not your poor relative or your poor neighbor who lives next door to you. Not helping that poor, the abstract poor, a concept. Not going out in that charitable Christian way of giving money and not wanting your name splattered everywhere about it. Quiet charity, no, to individual people or to organizations. So, class interests, as I said, is commonly associated with working class socialism. The idea of talking about working class conservatism is an absurdity in many universities. But it's not true. Between a third and a half, it fluctuates, between a third and a half of working class people vote Conservative. Has done since Stanley Baldwin. And when people do well, if you want to see when Conservatives do well, look at Margaret Thatcher, look at her vote. Who voted? Half working class voted for her. Boris Johnson, 2019, working classes voted more for the Conservative Party under Boris Johnson than for Labour. Conservatives win when they go for and win, and I told you they do, between a third and a half. They fluctuate between this continually. So it's not a myth that there is working class conservatism. It's actually fundamental to election results. What's the answers to this then? Marxists would say this is false consciousness. They are voting against their own economic interests. Of course, that's both false. It's purely deference. Working class people vote for their betters. Again, that's not true. There's also another response that they see themselves as middle class, not as working class, even if they still are working class. But what it really is, it's political allegiance as an extension of their values and beliefs. It's what they believe. It's what they believe. If they want to defend that stewardship, that inheritance, their local pub, their history, they will vote for it. It's not this extension of culture is an extension of politics. That's why. Thank you. So people choose parties across two different reasons, because academics are not 100% sure that why people do it, but there are two broad conceptions. One is this proximity, that you will close, you've got 2 or 3 or 4 political parties, and you will close your proximity to them. You don't like everything that they do, but you think, I was talking to one American, and you say, why are you voting for Donald Trump? And he said, because he doesn't hate people like me. That's the proximity tradition. He may not be getting everything right, but he stands for my values and my beliefs. And then there's the other, which is called the directional model, where voters choose people who are on the same side as them. So I'm on the left, so I support people on the left. I'm on the right, so I put people on the right. They're quite similar, they're splitting hairs, but it leads to the next couple of things that I would like to address. That we can see things like debates about immigration is interesting in the taxi driver bringing me here. The first thing after the pleasantries, it was immigration. He started talking to me about immigration. It's such a hot topic in Ireland at the moment that the taxi driver is raising it to me after saying, where are you from? And then we've got this idea of globalization. You've got this new globalist versus a sort of a nation-state way of seeing the world. And these are starting to become more salient in the eyes of economic questions. So the cultural access. And then people are losing the relationship between working class and labour. This has been diminishing for years. As I said, it's not even that tight, but there's been a realignment where working class people don't see that they're going to automatically vote for Labour. They didn't anyway, but even the ones that did are having it loosened up. Why? Because a growing rejection of liberalism. But let's not talk about working class people like they're a caricature. They hold left-wing and right-wing views like most people. Most people, unlike in this room, I know that you've worked out what you believe, and you probably take it premise, conclusion. You think about it really logically, and you think, well, if 1 + 2 = 3. Guess what? The 96% of people don't think like that. And they have what's called cross-pressured. This is what they're cross-pressured. There's the nice, I thought, whoa, being pulled apart. So you may be conservative on cultural, but you're socialist on economics. Or you could be liberal on economics and culturally conservative, and all the rest. You could, all the things. You really like the environment, but you're free market, and so whatever it may be. So they are not rationalizing their political beliefs. So they're going to do 4 things. They're going to either put their cultural views and identity first and vote accordingly. They are either going to prioritize their economic beliefs and interests. Let's say they're economically insecure, so they go with what they think is the economic situation which will suit them. They might go, oh, I'm not sure, and split the difference and go, oh, I'll vote for a third party or a protest party because I'm just not quite sure. None of them speak to me, so I'll vote something else. Or they will prioritize their conservative because they hold them more fundamentally. That's an interesting thing about what we found in working class voters, is that they hold their conservative values more deeply because it's on things that they rely to them as a person. Guess what? If you satisfy someone's economic needs, they go on to the things that they hold more deeply, which is cultural identity and history. So that's a thing for conservatives to think. Well, if we satisfy their economic needs, then they're not going to go away and go, thank you very much, and then not vote for you again. They'll actually move on to their cultural interests and then vote for you even more so. So it's in your Conservative Party's interest to make sure that working class people feel economically secure, like giving them the right to buy their council houses. So, Conservative parties win elections when they win working class votes. If you want to win an election, you've got to win working class votes. Working class people vote Conservative when their values align in a proximity with Conservative parties. So when the Conservatives give a reason to vote Conservative, working class people vote Conservative. So what's the future then, Conservative future? Well, if we keep moving beyond a post-material age, in other words, if people keep prioritizing culture over economics, we can see the salience of social political questions becoming more and more and more. People are going to be asking about their identity, their culture, their social institutions, their little platoons, and so on. This will raise the idea of patriotism. Patriotism will come and be really important. Interestingly, a mentor of mine, Roger Scruton, he thought that before he passed away, one of the pressing things to do was to try and create a narrative where you can have left-wing patriots. You can be on the left and patriotic about your country. So I think that's really important. If Conservatives can pull them, and you can see it. You can see people who say now, I've always thought myself on the left. This woke nonsense is pushing me more to the right. No, they're actually starting to realize their underlying beliefs and understand that what they really, truly hold dear. So there's going to be questions of family coming up. That can Conservative Party defend the family, the marriage, and so on, the institutions? And if they can do this, working class voters will continue, as they do, and in more so, vote for Conservative parties. Thank you very much.
A very nutritious set of reflections there from our panelists. Now, I will ask them a couple of questions each, maybe one question each. How much time do we have, Robert? Are we doing okay? It's a question I have. And then we'll open up to audience questions, because I'm sure you have lots to say. So I suppose I'll start with you, Niamh. I will never cease to be amazed at the state of Celtic nationalism. It's very surprising to me that a people who see themselves as having engaged in a long struggle to throw off the yoke of British colonialism, all of a sudden the Uniparty in Ireland then surrenders to global interests and imports, foreigners to the point where they have a foreign-born population of, as you say, up to 30%. And all of the parties and all of the movements that were engaged in that struggle support this change. The question I have for you is, how do you assess the prospects of a new party coming in and breaking that stranglehold?
Well, I suppose in the first instance, why did Ireland, after a very long, after being a colony for such a long time, and then eventually winning part freedom, seem to kind of acquiesce so quickly then to say having its sovereign rights taken away by the EU and all that. That's actually a very complex question, because you'd have to go back to the Civil War and look who went into government after the Civil War. And there was certainly a trend in our history that was very anti-national. So you had people who were in government and who filled the positions of power who saw nationalism as a very bad thing. And that filtered down kind of into schools, into various different policies. And I think helped create this kind of mindset where we went into Europe almost feeling as very much a junior partner, you know, and feeling that the European Union was entitled perhaps to give us our laws or to dictate to us how to run our country, because that was the kind of mindset that had unfortunately come into dominance, I think, after the Civil War in Ireland. But to what's happening now, it's funny because I think a sense of national identity, a sense of wanting to belong to something, to a nation, is a very, very strong instinct in people, in ordinary people. And it is quite extraordinary to see how it has come to the fore, I think, especially in the last 4 or 5 years, when people are seeing radical changes happening in their country, that they're not allowed to discuss it. If they discuss it, they're right-wing, they're racist, they're bigots. And like I've talked a lot to people on protests in places like Newtown Kennedy, in Coolock, in Finglas, elsewhere, very ordinary small villages, very ordinary areas right throughout the country. And like the notion that they're being directed by some puppet master far-right shadow figures is just ludicrous. These are almost always very ordinary people who are just worried and concerned and who don't like what's happening to the country. They don't like what's happening. They don't like the fact that it's not discussed with them. They don't like this very radical change. They don't seem to identify with what's happening in their communities and with people around them anymore, and they find that really concerning. Most of those people are looking for somebody to vote for. They're looking in dismay at what Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are offering. And Fine Gael is doing some tough talk at the moment around immigration. So it's saying things like, you know, we're going to stop people coming in without passports. As if that was a step that was needed to be taken. That should have been done automatically. And they're kind of making noises in the right direction, I think, to shore up their own vote. But if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael get back into power, the government, I think the situation will get radically worse. The problem for voters, of course, is that the opposition party, Sinn Féin, have been equally terrible about open borders. So they've really dropped, like what people say about Sinn Féin now is that they're more red than green. They've dropped nationalism, I think, quite a long time ago. They're very focused on kind of internationalism. They're very much in favour of Ireland, of globalism, of Ireland kind of having open borders and welcoming people from all around the world. How does that tie to, like, Pearse's vision of Ireland? It doesn't, is the short answer. It doesn't tie to it at all. So what do people do in that instance? The problem facing Ireland, and I think it faced every other European country, but a lot of those countries came to this problem a decade ago. So the new parties that have broken through, the new parties that are now gaining in popularity, that hasn't happened overnight. It's probably been a decade or more, am I correct? Like in build-up of support for those positions and for those parties. Will we see some kind of a breakthrough, like in the elections, which are going to be probably in November? I don't know. It's very difficult to set up a political alternative. It's not easy. Are the kind of structures that are starting to be put into place, is everything too fractured, you know, at the moment to have a kind of a coherent political answer? I suppose time will tell. I don't have that short answer for you.
Moving across the Irish Sea, Daniel, you mentioned that Conservatives can and indeed do win the working classes when they pitch to them as a group and agree to represent their values and to stand for their values and indeed for their interests as well. But there is a widespread perception among the working classes of Britain, and I think it's in the main correct, that they at scale gambled on this Conservative Party in 2019 and were swiftly betrayed. And that was reflected, of course, in the recent election results, which was no love fest for Keir Starmer, by the way. I mean, Labour only won around 20% of the vote, but a lot of the people who had been instrumental for Boris Johnson's realignment in politics in 2019, a lot of them either stayed at home, voted for reform, or reverted to their tribal Labour loyalty without really assessing Starmer very much or what he would be about. And of course, in the riots recently, those riots and those protests have been disproportionately concentrated in those sorts of red wall seats. And I expect that the cloth-eared way in which Starmer has addressed legitimate grievances around replacement migration and other concerns that people have in those neighborhoods will be remembered come the next election. But my question is this. Given that people feel as though they gambled on the Tories in 2019 and didn't get an awful lot for it, do you think that the Conservative Party itself, considered as a mainstream institution, can rebuild that coalition and get that magic going again in 2029? Or will it take a fresher party? And of course, there are analogues on the continent as well.
I think that that the anger at the Conservative Party was real, and but I do think the Conservative Party is extremely well in Britain at revitalising itself and changing itself and pulling on different strings and traditions that it holds, and to be able to then mould itself and reimagine itself again. I think it's very good at that. The one thing that apart from that, being able to do that, another thing that's you got to remember is that it's got long institutional history, but not just history, it's literally got bricks and mortar in constituencies. It has that network, it has the office, it knows where the voters are. Its data on VIs, as they call it, voting intention, is incredibly sophisticated. They know how many times you have voted, and if you go out and vote. They have got very good information on how you vote and if you swing one way or another between Conservative and somewhere else. So their ground game is incredibly strong, where I think Reform has got a very strong, with Farage, an air game. It's got the airwaves and so on, but it's very weak on the ground. It doesn't have that same embeddedness into constituencies. It doesn't have election agents that have been working the patch for 40 years, and they know the good spots and the not so good spots. So that is an incredible advantage that the Conservative Party has, not just over something where like Reform, but also over Labour, Liberal Democrats, and any other party. And you see this, let me give one example. You see the Green candidate, he comes walking down your street, he's got a plastic bag of Tesco, which is very weird for a Green candidate to do this. It's not, the optics are not good. But he's just knocking on every door. And you look at the Conservatives, they're not knocking on every door. They've crunched the numbers. They know Mrs. Ward at number 29 votes 10 out of 10 in elections. She's going to vote. And last time it was a flip between Conservatives and Liberal Democrats. So they send someone to your door, knocks on your door, and knows all that information about you. It's incredibly important and tool. So I think you can't rule them out because of those two things.
It's also a barrier to entry, isn't it?
It is,
like
absolutely.
Enormous infrastructure and the knowledge and everything that goes with that. You know, if you're trying to set up a new political party, how do you possibly compete with that?
And that's why they have been the dominant party on the right, and until very, very recently, no party on the right has been able to grow, unlike on the left, where you've got Labour, Lib Dem, Greens, etc. Until very recently, so the Conservatives have actually made a strategic error allowing a party to grow on its right, but it's still so hard to do that. To win, it's a huge... Michael Porter, he's a business strategist, and when you set up a business, there's 5 forces, and he says one of the first things that you do after you set up a business is that you put the barriers to entry up. You don't want other competitors to come in. It's the first thing you do. Porter's 5 forces. Number 1, barriers to entry. Conservative Party knows that, and they do it.
Yeah.
But another thing I would add to that, though, is that the Conservative Parliamentary Party knows that as well. And so for people who aren't aware, one of the things that makes Britain's system, the Tory party system of electing new leaders, very different from that which exists in the United States, is that it's the Conservative Parliamentary Party which, generally speaking, let's be honest, is the most wet and is the least likely to try and take up Daniel on his offer of trying to pitch itself to working class voters. It's very entrenched, it's very Cameronite, it's very centre-right and wet about things. Those are the precisely the people who choose who the final two candidates are, who then go to the voters. And then once you get to that final round, all of a sudden popular democratic support comes into the picture. Whereas in the United States, the candidates need to win the base first.
Yeah.
It's completely the other way around, which is why you can get entryism of a Trumpian kind that you can't get in the British case. And so my concern again is that despite all of this local knowledge about voting intentions, about people's preferences, there's been very little sign of that getting the Conservative Parliamentary Party in Westminster getting wind of that. And so my question, I suppose, is this: do you see a candidate in the current Conservative Party election who can take you up on your offer of pitching to working class voters, actually get into the final round where democratic pressures come into it?
Short answer, no.
Right.
No, not yet. We'll see who the final two are. They've all got, I think Kemi Badenoch is very aware of the cultural elements. I think Robert Jenrick is trying to go along economic aspects. I think Tom Tugendhat is very good on China, for example. But he's not going to cut through on cultural issues. James Cleverly is a really, really decent man. He's a lovely chap, and
but
I don't think his strategy is right.
Mm.
He's trying to essentially balance two wings. It's great for an aeroplane, but it's not good for a political party's strategy, your communication. One of the things that I read and I learned from Anne Widdecombe, she's a wonderful woman, she's great, is your political messaging has to be simple. It has to be. Actually, we all say you need nuance, and we all love nuance, and that's a really nuanced answer. Actually, with political messaging, it has to be simple. This is our policy, this is how we're going to do it, and this is how it makes you better. This is how you will benefit from it. Simple. If you mucky it all up with nuance messaging, you're not going to win.
Do you think it also needs to be true, or at least have the appearance of being true? And I think sometimes, like when we're speaking about, and I understand this is important discussion, and it has to be had, but how to harness working class voters, whether you're Labour or whether you're Conservative, and until recently in Ireland we kind of didn't really have that divide. It was a different kind of divide after the Civil War. But I think voters can feel that the political parties are more self-serving than ideological, and that really the person who should matter most, the voter, isn't actually that important. And that kind of goes to your point, you know what I mean, that you have this establishment within the Tories who will decide who gets to stand in the election, and often that they are not thinking about who the voter would like best, because maybe they're not thinking about doing the best thing for the voter.
And there was, of course, that entrenched Republican establishment as well, who definitely did not want to see Trump win in 2016. Yeah. They were all on the side of Jeb Bush, but because the processes were slightly different and there were more democratic selection pressures, Trumpian populism broke through. But that will never happen with someone like Farage and the Tory party. They probably wouldn't even admit him as a member, let alone have him whittled down to one of the last two in an election campaign. So it is an entrenched problem. So it is one of the areas where a strength, as you describe it, Dan, can also be a major weakness. Now, I think we're going to go to questions now. Does anyone want to ask anything? I'll let Robert select who he thinks should have the mic. There we go.
Thank you. Miguel from Portugal. I have three questions that I'd like to ask Dan. In your presentation of the Conservative success in Europe, you mentioned Sweden and Finland and Italy. No Hungary? Then I'm interested in knowing what exactly is the percentage of voters that split the difference. And then just the final thing, the post-material political arena, it can lead to defending more values-based policies, but then it can also lead to first world problems derived identity politics, as we've seen with wokeism. And just I come I've had experience in two different types of parties. I started with a centrist party, then I moved to a populist party, and I think the problem that I see in the criticism of populism is that I don't think people appreciate how corrupted the serious, moderate, professional center-right parties have become, to the extent, and this is, I'm sure, not exclusively the situation in Portugal, where you see the professional cadres who are prepared to rule and govern with maturity, defending that it's easier to talk to the Marxist and Trotskyist parties than it is to ally with the new populists, which I think is nonsense. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your questions. Portugal, wonderful country, love it, great stuff. First, number one, why not Hungary? I used to work there. I go to Hungary on a regular basis, so I just thought it was too obvious. So I just thought I'd try and give something else, which was to try not to say the obvious. Number two, I didn't quite understand that one. But the third question is that too many political parties think in two separate ways, and in a way that they should, but they need to join it up. So there's politics of elections to get you over that line into government to win. There's also the politics of governance. Once you get into government, and you need to then govern. Political parties, unfortunately, recently have seen these as two separate things. You have the politics of election, and guess what? You get into government, and you realize you've not thought about a lot. And then you've got others saying, we're in governance now, we need to be statesmanlike, we need to come to the center. It doesn't matter all the stuff that we said during the election, we'll throw that out. And no, that's wrong, because then all the people who voted for you, they'll feel betrayed when you throw it out when you govern from the center. So the cultural and economic need to be intertwined into two things, politics of election and politics of governance, and they need to come together.
Hi, Roger Berkeley from Ireland. Quick question for Dan. You mentioned that obviously there's a high barrier to entry for the likes of Reform because of how strong the Tory ground game is, but they have a strong air game, obviously with National Farage. Just generally for new parties coming in, whether it's in Ireland or the UK, if you can only pick one, which one is more important, the ground game or the air game?
One of the first things that I was taught at university is don't go into false dichotomies. So I'll reject the dichotomy, first of all, if you don't mind, but I will answer the question, though. If you look at the Liberal Democrats in the United Kingdom, look at the Liberal Democrats, they got fewer votes than Reform. I think they got, someone correct me, but about 3.7 million. Reform got about 4.1. Something like that, roughly. But they definitely got less. But they got nearly, roughly speaking, 60 seats. Why? Because they've got an incredibly excellent ground game. Everyone knows if you've competed against the Liberal Democrats, they're like, I don't say this nastily, they're like cockroaches. You hit one and another one comes up and they're literally going. They've got a really, really good ground game, which they've not got for Reform. So let's say if I were advising the Liberal Democrats, I'd say you've got to improve your air game. And if I was advising Reform, I'd say you need to now get your ground game sorted. You need to be embedded in these constituencies. You need to be attending everyday events. You need to be getting your data collected, know exactly where your voters are, how often do they vote, do they need to be told to come out and vote. Also, get into those charities, get onto these boards, become school governors, and so on. And then you embed it into the community. So they've got the top down and they need the bottom up. The Liberal Democrats have got the bottom up and they need the top down. So I think they both need to be married up if you're going to be able to displace another big party. And that's what I think that would be the same in any electoral support, that you need both. You need someone who can communicate across television and radio and social media, but you need someone to knock on doors, collect the data, utilize the data and send their troops into the right places, not everywhere, not every street, not every door, then you will win.
Thanks. I'd like to, John O'Sullivan, I'd like to ask the same question to all three candidates because both the countries, we're talking about Britain and Ireland, and other countries too represented here, have the same problem, which is how do we get an election-winning, lowercase conservative party into power? Now, Harrison, I'd like to ask how he thinks that could be done, and by which party, because the trend of by-election results is going to tell us a lot about that. Neem, if you were trying to build an election-winning Conservative Party, would you start with the third party, so to speak, a small party, and build from that, or would you try to get one of the major parties to desert that grand coalition, and if so, which party? Ignoring your own past political sins and commitment. And thirdly, I'd like to ask Daniel this. The people who would, like Matt Goodwin, who would like to see reform become the new political party of the right, all seem to say anyway, that they are in favour of ditching any form of economic liberalism. Does the record of the Conservative Party before Thatcher, from, let's say, Salisbury onward, does that justify that argument, or does it undermine it?
I'll begin by saying that I'm genuinely ambivalent at the moment about which party is going to be spearheading what we want to see. I've been quite encouraged by some of the noises in particular that Robert Jenrick has been making in the Conservative Party. He seems to have the zeal of a convert, and unlike Farage, one of the downsides, it goes back to the air game versus the ground game thing in some respects. There's nowhere near as much charisma there, but there is a massive attention to detail, which I think Farage fatally lacks, and it's one of the Achilles heels of populism, that because there's no credible risk of them finding themselves in government, they can afford to run a very vibes-based election campaign rather than one which is truly attentive to detail, and that does matter once you get into government. One potentially encouraging thing that could happen, it's a theory which I've had recently. I used to be of the view that it would be best for one of the wetter Conservatives to win, so that Reform would be able to distinguish themselves through the radical nature of the contrast that would exist, for example, between someone like Tom Tugendhat on the one hand and Farage on the other. I mean, Tom Tugendhat was literally boasting on Twitter the other day about how he's winning with Liberal Democrats in Cornwall. No one cares about that. That is not going to be crucial to any kind of winning coalition that we want to see to see materialize. So I used to think that would be best. I've now developed a slightly more audacious 4D chess style theory that it might actually be best for Jenrick to win the Conservative Party leadership. I mean, apart from anything else, he as I say, he seems to have the zeal of a convert. He's got Neil O'Brien in his corner. They've been putting together some really, really good data, marrying the kind of economic liberalism that you're talking about. In other words, a concern for us not being too generous when it comes to social housing and that sort of thing, with immigration restrictionism. That these two things can be brought together, the cultural and demographic concerns and economic good sense, when you find out that 70% of Somalis in London are on social housing, 55% of Pakistanis across the country in social housing. There's a promising cocktail there of mixing sort of Ian Duncan Smith-style concern about the welfare state with Farage immigration restrictionism, and Robert Jenrick is tapping into that. So it's very good. The audacious theory is that, given that Reform really seems to have committed itself to becoming a replacement party now, rather than just a UKIP-style pressure campaign, you might get this sort of virtuous spiral where both Reform and the Conservatives feel an immense pressure to outbid each other from the right, and the right understood in primarily demographic and cultural terms. And I think that would be very, very good indeed if they were trying to outdo each other on who could be more proximate to the sort of thing that we need to see. And I think the data shows at present that is a winning coalition. It's just a question of someone tapping into it.
So I suppose the first question as to whether we should give either Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael another chance or try to change them from within. Or, to be honest, no, I don't think that's possible. I think really what happened with both of those parties is a reflection on what happened in Ireland. Because Ireland used to be a conservative with a small c, like conservative, I hate to say, because of our history with England, especially with Margaret Thatcher, it wasn't a popular term in Ireland, but certainly it was a conservative country and a very Catholic country. And it's very much a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because the political establishment in particular cannot do enough to escape from what they see as the embrace of conservative or Catholic Ireland. And there isn't any liberal policy they will not embrace. So, for example, we had the Gender Recognition Act here, years before you guys were even talking about it. There isn't anything that the kind of coalition of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, who used to be the Conservative or centrist parties, won't do. They won't. There isn't any part of that ledge they won't climb out onto. And I think a lot of that is also because they were kind of led to believe by political advisors and strategists that the only vote worth chasing was like the young vote and the female vote. And they became completely obsessed with this. For example, Fianna Fáil ignored its own grassroots and ignored its own members and chased the repeal vote, a vote to legalise abortion in Ireland, because they believed that would shore up the female vote and shore up young voters for them. And that never materialised for them. So if you like, they lost some of their own members, they created difficulties with their own parties because they were endlessly chasing what they think is this liberal vote. I think what a large number of them forget is that there's a demographic change coming down the tracks, even leaving immigration aside, which is nothing like anyone has ever seen before. Because most of the people who are very liberal aren't having children, and their numbers, I think that imbalance, that very unprecedented shift, when that happens, it's going to, political parties are not preparing for that at all. The other question you asked, I suppose, is, well, then what are you left with? What are you going to do? What's needed to build an alternative? And the problem, like I said before, is that there are 20% of the vote is there for the taking. This is the shame of it. It's equal or more than Fianna Fáil's vote. It's almost equal to Fine Gael's. It could be bigger than it. And it's the people who want to represent that vote are so fractured. And I know it's way easier said than done, but there has to be some kind of a coming together. I think to build any political party, you need vision. It's very hard to come together then and find your shared vision, but surely it can be done, because they are broadly in agreement on most of the policies and most of the issues. You need money. Anyone who thinks you can build a serious political movement without money is completely fooling themselves. And how can that be raised? That's a question for those parties. Can they tap into the mass of ordinary people who are angry about this through crowdfunding and things like that? I mean, that's not typically the route of political parties, but once they start to get representation, then they get public funding, so that will resolve some of that. And then you need what you're talking about, energy, like feet on the street. Like with the vision will come intelligence and communication, things like that, but you absolutely need to marshal your troops and to make them work for you on the ground. And again, that comes with unity, I think, some kind of coherence as well. It can be done, but I'm glad I'm not the one doing it.
Then, Dan, would you like to take up the third part of John's question?
John, I think if those who would like to argue that economic liberalism has been a positive, I think you could, almost spoke about him earlier, I think you could go to Robert Peel and you could see about all the tariffs that he removed and on other things but food. And you could see the Laffer curve literally in action. Taxes were removed, regulations were reduced, and actually government tax revenue increased. So you could say it's an almost perfect case study for someone who wants to put the case forward for economic liberalism. I do think, though, since Major onwards, especially under Blair and Brown, there was a sort of perversion of economic liberalism, a misunderstanding of it. And I think that's what we're still living in Britain, is that economic liberalism is just allow the city to be unregulated and get as much, like Brown did, as much tax you can get from them, let the market rip, because then you can pay for loads of state aid in welfare. And other things about that, how, and this, Burke said this, Hayek said this, about how social mores, norms, and culture and the law, the rule of law, shape the market. So the market, it doesn't just, we shouldn't, you could say not regulated by the government, but it's regulated by your customs, your beliefs, contract. Why do you not make a contract? Because you might have a legal response, but also a cultural response. You'll lose goodwill and status. Don't work with that person because they break contracts. That's a norm, a cultural norm. So markets, like Hayek told us this, Burke told us this, work in a cultural framework. And if that cultural framework dissolves and you don't have neighbors knowing each other and you don't have people understanding their traditions or the idea of rule of law, then the market falls apart because there's nothing binding it together.
Thank you, Niamh. Thank you, Dan. Thank you all for listening. I believe it's time for lunch.
Thank you.
Well done. That was great.
Can't you see, can't you see?
Good afternoon. Are we on time? Yes, we're a little bit late. Rob, Vitold, make a note, all right? We'll extend it by 5 minutes. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I'm hoping some of you had a few drinks so that you're fired up and ready to argue here, because this is a very important panel on free speech, or what's left of it. I'm not a good person to have around, actually. I'm your moderator, Alvino Mario Fantini, although they cut my name. Vitold, there's a complaint to be lodged against New Direction there. Well, for many years I was a financial journalist in London and other places in South America, and then I wound up in the multilateral world. I don't recommend it, although the salaries are tax-free, so there's that. But now, happily, I publish and edit this magazine, The European Conservative. It's a quarterly, and there's a website, too, that's more news and analysis that Ellen, who is my wife, manages out of Brussels. I recommend both the journal and the website highly, and not because we're involved, but because one of the objectives of this project, the European Conservative, is to break open that little space into which we've all been pushed as conservatives, you know, being told, you can't read these books, you can't interview these people, you can't hang out with Thierry Baudet. Well, we do it. We have no cordon sanitaire, and we think fundamentally that exposure to ideas, no matter how noxious or challenging, is necessary for all of us. So when people ask, well, how is free speech doing? Do you have free speech? You must, Mario. You must benefit from free speech, especially since your office in Brussels is 2 minutes from the European Parliament and the European Commission, against which we invade daily. And yet no one's come to the door yet. There's no policeman coming to shut us down. So yes, we benefit from freedom of speech, but only up to a point. Lord Copper, if any of you have ever read Scoop by Evelyn Waugh, there's this famous line basically saying, well, yes, but, not really. There is free speech, but it's increasingly curtailed and circumscribed by a variety of mechanisms and actors. And I'm hoping in the next 90 minutes or so we'll get into this. We'll hear from our two speakers who I'm about to introduce, and then a discussion with you all in the audience. And if you remain silent, then I'll just instigate things by throwing questions at the speakers. As I was preparing my chaotic little notes for this introduction, I came across a meme that I don't have to put up on the screen, so it's not the best. I'll just describe it, but it had me laughing for a long time, and then it also had me reflecting on free speech. And I'll describe it in a moment, because when I do talk about free speech and its importance and why it's important to have open dialogue for a truly engaged citizenry, people say, oh, well, you're saying that because you were born and raised in the United States. And of course you're going to say that, because you Americans fetishize free speech. And the meme that got me thinking about this it's a painting of all the founding fathers, you know, sitting around the table. I think they're drafting the Declaration, or the Constitution rather, and one chap is saying to the other, wait, so we're going to let people say whatever they want in America? And the other chap with a wig and 18th century garb says, yeah, we're going to let them say whatever they want. And another guy says, yeah, and let's give them guns. And then Benjamin Franklin's off to the side saying, laugh my ass off, this country's going to be lit. And there was a time when the United States was lit. And there were brawls and fights in pubs. I'm not advocating that. And people spoke openly and honestly about so many things, and there was vigorous debate and deliberation. And it created, for a time, a really great country. A country now in decline, like much of the West. Here in Europe, having been here now 25 years, and having lived in the Netherlands and Denmark and Italy, the UK, and now Austria, I've been seeing more and more examples of violations of free speech. Some forms or mechanisms used are very subtle, kind of quiet, and others not so subtle. And they occur across industries and sectors and societies and nations. And it's my impression that the the one place in the world, the Anglosphere, that most cherished and prized and defended freedom of speech for so many decades, possibly centuries, it is there that free speech is in fastest retreat. The UK. So many examples to give there. Actually, free speech is not in retreat. Let me rephrase that. I put down here, it's being clobbered and pummeled and wrestled to the ground by forces and powers, both internal and external. And I'll get to that in my own comments after these two gentlemen speak. For right now, I must remain docile and in command of my time and my place here as moderator. So let me proceed to introduce our two speakers, actually three if you count me. First, Alistair, who I just had the pleasure of meeting, Alistair Donald. He's the Associate Director of the Academy of Ideas and co-convener of the Battle of Ideas. I like that name. He's also Secretary of Ideas Matter and convener of Living Freedom, an initiative that exists to renew freedom through education and vigorous debate. Sounds like you're exactly on the right panel. He's also an author and co-editor of two books, one on the history of the city and another on the idea and future of the concept of community. I'm very interested in talking to you about that later. And I'm particularly intrigued by the fact that Alistair is a founding member of something called Mantown Human? Mantown Human, which published a manifesto towards a new humanism in architecture. Very interesting. Welcome. Thank you for coming. And I'll introduce Rob and then give you, Alistair, the floor. Okay? And Rob, who you've met yesterday, currently the Vice President of New Direction, spent many years as an MEP for, well, in later years for the Juist Antwoord, Just Answer?
Yes.
Close.
Juiste antwoord.
Happily, I'd like to note that he's also very internationally minded. He believes in the creation of these international networks and alliances on the right, having participated in Vox's Madrid Forum, very interesting initiative that we should all be watching and supporting if possible. Rob was Vice Chair of the ECR Group and now, like I said, Vice President of New Direction. Now, final comment, I don't know much about your previous telecoms experience, but I'm hoping you might find a way to weave that into here. I'm sure you have some insights to bring from that industry to freedom of speech. If not, no worries. Anyway, with that, I'll be quiet and sit down. Alistair, you have the lectern.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. And hello, everyone. We had a bit of an exchange, Alvino and Mario and myself and Rob, actually, before the conference started, and he was saying to me, my fear is that on free speech things are getting much, much, much worse, and I hope you guys are going to be able to cheer us up a little bit. I'm not sure that I'm going to be the man that's going to be able to do that, to be honest. In fact, I've put Rob on suicide watch just in case there's it tips you over. A session called Free Speech Debate in Europe is not exactly a niche topic. It's not like I'm scratching my head thinking there's not very much to say here. It's more a question of knowing where to start and how many days it is that we've got to actually discuss this topic. So no shortage of things to say. As was mentioned, I'm the co-convener of Battle of Ideas Festival, a large public festival in London. And over the last couple of months, I've been working quite hard to put in place a series of free speech discussions to take place at that festival. And when I tell you the topics that we're going to discuss, things like cultural boycotts and artistic freedom, the way that equity, diversity and inclusion creates compelled speech, the challenges of academic freedom, the misinformation wars, anti-Semitism on campus, where do you draw the boundaries in terms of free speech, the effect of equality laws on freedom, whether we could benefit in Europe, countries in Europe, from a US-style First Amendment. These are the sort of things that we're going to discuss over a single weekend of a public festival. As you can see, there's no shortage of topics to discuss on free speech. John Sullivan, in his opening comments yesterday afternoon, I thought was quite interesting when he talked about a historic shift in the political landscape, which whether he meant it or not, but I took it to mean that a couple of centuries since the French Revolution of kind of broadly speaking a framework of left and right politics had come to an end with a new era of kind of elite versus populism. And I think it's fair to say, and I'm going to argue this to some extent, that when it comes to freedom and free speech, I think we're seeing a similarly seismic shift. It's a historic shift in the way that we understand these issues and the way that we think about them. So with such a large terrain, I thought really I'd try and just do three things. First of all, to look at some of the recent developments in freedom and free speech in the 20th century and look at how there's been kind of a breakdown in a lot of the existing categories of the way that we understand these things. Secondly, to look at a few consequences that presents us for today. And then thirdly, to very briefly at the end, just think about how we address some of the challenges. So the past century, the standard models, the standard ways that I think have thought about and pursued free speech have been things like through civil liberties, through civil rights, and often through human rights as well. And all of them, to me, recently seem to become either outdated, redundant, or even, to some extent, part of the problem when we're thinking about free speech. So if you take something like civil liberties, first of all, which emerges in its modern form, I think it's fair to say, in the kind of interwar periods of the 20th century. That's when organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union and in the UK, Liberty, or what was then the National Council for Civil Liberties, that was when they were born. And they were predicated on a period of political struggle. Increasingly, that struggle was on the streets and in the public square. And there was a need to kind of create a space where you could debate politics freely, to keep the state out of our affairs, to protect a space for freedom and the pursuit of free speech within civil society. Often, I think worth noting, pursued through the nation state, which created a focus for political parties to push back and create that space for freedom and to introduce laws, and then they could be defended in the contest around free speech. And it seems to me that in so many ways over the past 2 or 3 decades, those things have disappeared. I mean, politics to some extent has collapsed as a future-orientated force. The nation state has been very much taken over by the kind of supranational organizations. And it seems that the civil liberties model has really started to fall apart, to the extent, I would argue, that if you go to these days to a meeting organized by civil liberties organization, they spend quite a lot of their time talking about human rights rather than civil liberties themselves. So I think that model has largely gone in recent years. Secondly, civil rights. And whereas civil liberties tried to keep the state out of civic society, obviously the civil rights movements wanted a guarantee of protection for the equal rights that were promised under the kind of modern market system. The classic period, of course, I would say is the 60s and the 70s, when you think about ethnic minorities and women and gay men and women, took up the fight, very much aided by expanding the boundaries of free speech in order to claim those equal rights. It's a very important part of the struggle for equality. But in winning those equal rights, and I would argue that those struggles, those battles were largely actually won in the 60s and the 70s. But somehow in winning those, we seem to go from a situation where those fighting for those equal rights were seen as active agents, creating in the fight for their own future, to people who were looked upon as largely as victims of the way that society operated. They were often, in the period afterwards, started to be portrayed as vulnerable groups in need of state protection, which included, ironically, limiting free speech and limiting criticism of minority groups. I mean, that's very much the ethos of contemporary equality law. So effectively what started out as a fight to expand free speech to achieve equal rights, I would argue has ended up in a situation where in order to protect minorities, then free speech is diminished and curtailed. And I think you see that in so many of the situations where equality is talked about today, that free speech has effectively become a privilege if you express the right views, rather than something that you enjoy as a condition of life. And you've very much seen that, for example, around the gender critical feminists situation over the past couple of years. Thirdly, just to mention human rights, the inalienable rights, very much a sort of post-war, 20th century post-war movement. It's worth just reading, actually, the famous Article 19 of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Rights. It says, "Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers." You just think about that. That last bit especially, receive and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. And then you think about the current discussion on fake news and misinformation and how we use things like social media. And you think, well, human rights is not exactly protecting free speech in that sort of situation. And I think very much if you go through a whole panoply of situations today, whether it's hate speech or COVID lockdowns and the kind of anti-COVID lockdown discussion that was very much shut down, academic freedom, equity and inclusion initiatives that create this very much compelled speech situation, things like proposed restrictions on Islamophobia, the restrictions through equality law and gender-critical expression of skepticism towards trans ideology. And you think, well, human rights has not come to the rescue of people who want to speak in any of those spheres. So those models of the 20th century, the way that free speech was pursued, I think are very much in trouble. But it's not just that those categories are broken down, but I think what they represent is actually a far deeper and far more troubling situation, which is basically that the demise of those models, I think, leads you to understand just how much so many of the building blocks of free speech, of the kind of intellectual support system that you, if you like, for free speech that have developed over the past 2, 3, 4 centuries have actually started to be jettisoned in the recent times. So you think of something like toleration, the famous 17th century movement where, or ideal, where we wanted to protect people's right to believe differently, especially in the religious context, but then also in the political context and more recently the cultural context. And just think now the idea of tolerance, which has become about protecting minorities from criticism. It basically says you must respect people rather than you must tolerate opinions that you don't like. Or you think about something like Immanuel Kant's idea of having the courage to see to use your own understanding, to think for yourself, basically, using reasoned judgment as to what it is that's good for you or the people that you mix with. And then you think about today's society, and we have experts everywhere willing, all too willing to offer you advice on every single aspect of your life because you're not trusted to use your and exercise your judgment. Or you think of J.S. Mill's affirmation of individual agency and only to be limited where there was a possibility that you'd actually harm others. And then you think about today's world where the entire conception of society is one of a series of vulnerable groups who are all at risk of harm, and everybody rushes around protecting them, and therefore free speech goes out the window. So the harm principle, which was part of the expansion of the boundaries of free speech, has been turned around completely so that everybody is now at risk of harm, and it's used as the mechanism to limit free speech. I've not got my clock down there, so I don't know. 10, okay. So that's kind of the history and recent events. Let me turn to today and some of the consequences of what that means. And I'm just going to go through 3 or 4 things that I think are worth thinking about a little bit. The first is that effectively what we've now done is gone back to a situation which we're familiar with from history, where we've basically traded freedom for the promise of security. For centuries, the impetus was at every point to expand the prospects for free speech and to push back the boundaries so that we had more free speech. But if you listen to any discussion on pretty much any topic today, then when people talk about where to draw the boundaries of free speech, it's always with a kind of prior view that they want to constrain it and to pull in the limits and to make it less free speech. Basically, and I forget who uses this expression, I think it might be Greg Lukianoff from the American head of the FIRE organization, but freedom of speech is effectively turned into freedom from speech. It's been flipped around. We no longer have freedom of speech, but people want to protect us from speech. Speech has become effectively a risky business. We need safe spaces in universities. We need online harms legislation to protect us from online harms. Even actually the logic of the university safe space permeates so much of public society these days. So if you look at something like the furore that went on a few years ago in the newsroom of the New York Times, where all the journalists were all of a sudden desperate for people not to print things. It was like the kind of safe space of a university, but transposed to the editorial rooms of a major newspaper. You know, editorial rooms are famously robust types of places at the best of times. And the state is always there to protect us. So freedom effectively takes second place to safety as a principle. The second thing I want to mention is that second consequence is that quite often these days we're seeing what I would call the upstreaming of censorship. So I've talked about the state being ready there to protect us, to protect everyone from speech. But is the state the all-powerful thing that it's often talked about to be? I mean, in many ways you think the state in some ways reflects the wider societal anxieties. So for example, I constantly have the sense that governments and states are quite nervous because of their disconnection from the people. If you take, for example, the recent election in the UK, where we've a new Labour government with a huge majority in Parliament, historic almost majority in Parliament in terms of the number of seats, but only 20% of the entire British electorate actually voted for the new Labour government. So they're very much a government that's got quite a perilous connection with wider society, despite the fact they've got lots of seats in Parliament. And it results in many ways a kind of hyperactively interventionist type of state that's always keen to put the lid on any potential problems and to put the lid on it in a way that's intervening at quite an early stage in order to stop things happening. I mean, in the past, you might think the way that controls on speech were exercised were because, well, for example, because society had quite a very strong sense of moral values, or it had a very strong sense of a rule of law that codified what society thought. These days, though, the way that censorship works quite often is it moves upstream before speech even gets to become a matter of public discussion. I think you can very much see this in the way that digital censorship is starting to offer. So if anybody heard or read about the Twitter files, for example, in America, which was a collusion between the security state in America and big tech, which basically was to take down and remove people from Twitter before they even got to express what they wanted to express. Or you have a situation in Europe just now where the EU's Digital Services Act basically formalizes a hidden war on free speech. It's Terry Breton, who's the kind of EU digital censor-in-chief, if you like, was obviously sacked yesterday, as I'm sure many of you would have seen. But he was basically exposed as trying to do a deal with Elon Musk, offering immunity from prosecution on the grounds that the X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it secretly censored speech in a deal, the kind of behind closed doors deal. So that speech is not even getting into the public sphere because people are operating to censor it. Or you take something like the National Conservative conference that took place in Brussels earlier this year, which there was an attempt to shut down, and which 2 judges wanted to shut down and would have shut down, and it was only actually the bravery of well, on the one hand, a venue operator who stood up and resisted the dynamic towards shutting it down, and also a judge who, for whatever reason, I don't know, but somehow this time the 3rd judge decided that it was okay to go ahead. But what you can see is that public discussion is becoming ruled over by the judiciary and becoming shut down before we even see it. I think safe spaces very much operate in that logic, by the way, in universities and elsewhere, is that certain ideas are not welcome and you cannot have the discussion. So we've seen a kind of upstreaming of censorship over recent years. And that leads me to the 3rd thing I want to talk about, which is the politicization of the law against free speech. And in the UK, we've just elected Keir Starmer, head of the new Prime Minister, who is the former Director of Public Prosecutions in Britain. In America, there's a pretty good chance, due to the ineptitude of the opposition, that Kamala Harris, the former Attorney General in California, will also be elected as the American president, which will leave us with 2 of the foremost political figures in the Western world, both who are prosecutors by nature, rather than what you would call traditional politicians. So right at the top of government, we have these prosecutorial figures. Keir Starmer once said, "Human rights brought policies into the law for me." So he very much sees a kind of conflation of rights and political power and the law. And I think it's increasingly evident the way that the politicization of legal enforcement and the law is being used in quite an interesting and very unique and dubious way against free speech. We often have these situations of the pursuit of lawfare, for example, where the actions that people want to take, which are politically completely acceptable, but they find ways of politicizing the law to stop them happening. And it leads to, and this is the final point on this before I just conclude, is that we're living in a situation where something like cancel culture has already created a very arbitrary public environment. If you think about, if anybody read the John Ronson book about being shamed, he's full of very good examples of the way that cancel culture operates. So one example he gives is someone does a fairly innocuous tweet as just before they are about to get on a flight from America to Africa. They land 13 hours or whatever later in Africa, and by then the tweet has gone round the world. There's been uproar about what they tweeted, which was a daft joke, stupid joke, and they've been cancelled. And you could just see the way that the world operates in a very, very arbitrary way, because the kind of stability, the ability that ideals like toleration bring you in terms of dealing with the uncertainty of society and having a bit of sort of sense of security and predictability about the way society operates. Without toleration, that security and ability to predict the way things operate very much diminishes, and you start to live in a very arbitrary world, which leaves us with a society that, arbitrary societies are at the root of totalitarianism, if that's not too big a claim to make. So these are dangerous developments. Right, let me finish very quickly with just a few brief thoughts on how we address some of these challenges. It seems to me that one of the primary things we need is a search for intellectual clarity as to the nature of some of these problems. These are new things, there are very new things that are happening in society over recent years. I think thus far we're still lacking the depth of understanding that we need about them. And we need, in order to develop that understanding, I would argue, to be discussing and debating these issues much, much more with all people of all opinions, and particularly, as it happens, those that we disagree with, because it's only through the conflictual type of arguments that you can have with those that you disagree with that you can actually gain a sense of clarity as to what the real problem is. So I think political labels these days are much less use than trying to evolve a new set of political principles. I think something that, for those of you that were there yesterday, James Orr hinted at in his talk when he was talking about the importance of the nation and whether conservatives who believe in the nation should actually have a much more robust set of arguments with those conservatives that are kind of on board with the supranational stuff. I think those arguments are there to be had and should be had, and it doesn't really matter whether the political label you have. If you can argue around a set of principles, then you'll arrive at a much better understanding of the way the world works. Secondly, I think we need to support much more the struggle for individual choice and for choice making more broadly. We need to keep the state and its army of experts away from assuming responsibility for the decisions and the choices that we wish to make. It doesn't really matter whether that's what we might choose to eat or drink, the kind of fundamental things that everybody wants to get involved in, whether it's about asserting our right to decide for ourselves, whether we put pronouns in our email signature, or whether it's who it is that we wish to listen to or to read in terms of writers or tweeters or whatever. Those are choices that I think we need to be much more assertive of our own ability to make rather than someone else to decide for us. And I think that is the only way that we can start to reassert autonomy. Finally, I think we need to build a culture of free speech. And I emphasize the culture in this aspect, because I think, as has been suggested before, we live in an era where kind of hyperactive lawmaking. I think we need less law and more of a dynamic towards cultural and political support for freedom. Keep politics away from the law, keep them separate, nor can I just don't think that free speech can really be legislated into existence. I think it requires the hard work of winning intellectual arguments, political arguments, cultural arguments, and building a new intellectual support system for freedom. That is why I'm involved in organising Battle of Ideas. That's what the festival does. And I think if we could make steps towards all of us being much more involved in public discussion and public debates with people that we disagree with especially, then that stands to make for a much more important and fertile public culture that could then start to regain the trust of the public especially as free speech that's something worth fighting for. Thank you.
So, I like to keep things simple. Free speech is not about the speech you like. Nice stuff doesn't need protection. It's the stuff that you hate that needs protection. So that someone like the government or the left-wing liberals cannot decide what others should hear. And for those who don't like it, it's their right to disagree and speak out their own mind. It's just that simple. But free speech is under attack. In Brazil, Elon Musk platform X has been shut down because Musk refused to ban subscribers and also members of the parliament, of the opposition, because they criticized the Lula's government and also the Supreme Court, Alexandre de Moraes. In Scotland, there is this hate crime law. Transgender identity discussion can make you go to jail. In Belgium, former right-wing politician Dries van Langenhoven has been sentenced for 1 year in prison and fined 24,000 euros for being part of a messaging group that contained hate speech, despite no having written any of the messages himself. In the UK, we have two-tier Keir Starmer. He has locked up people up for years for speaking out against the mass migration, while grooming gangs have been able to abuse hundreds of very young children for years without political or police interference. In the EU, we have the Digital Services Act that is activated to moderate online conversations. But moderation is just another word for censorship. And Ursula von der Leyen is now calling it debunking. But the only thing they want is to control the narrative. And also here in Ireland, we have the hate speech bill, and that seeks to criminalize the possession of material likely to incite hatred. And this includes memes or photos saved on devices with up to 5 years of jail time. And yet it's not clear what the definition of hate is. It's just a few examples, but there is much more. It's also happening in the United States, it's happening in New Zealand, it's happening in the rest of South America. In all of our Western society, the freedom of speech is under attack, and it's spreading like a virus. And it's no coincidence, it seems to be coordinated. We saw the same thing happening during COVID with all the restrictions imposed on us, like the lockdowns, the mask mandates, vaccination coercion, the same measures everywhere in the West at the same time. And why is free speech under attack? I think it has two reasons. And the first one is just Soviet Union-style censorship. The establishment lost control over the accepted narrative because of the internet and social media. Left liberal governments, supported by left liberal media, of course, are now abusing the legal system to silence political opponents, all in the name of fighting disinformation and misinformation. The fight against disinformation used to be a fight against foreign interference, especially during elections, but nowadays it's a fight of our own governments against its own citizens with unwanted opinions. And this started after the election of Trump and after the election of Brexit. Then they felt they lost control. And this is also what the Digital Services Act was designed for, controlling the narrative. And this is exactly what happened during COVID. The second reason why free speech is in danger is political correctness. And let's have a better look at that. Political correctness, driven by our primal instinct, can threaten the very foundation of free speech, leading us down a slippery slope towards conformity and tyranny. If you live in a democracy where you're not allowed to express controversial views for fear of offending those in power, you're not really living in a free society. Let's begin with the concept of correctness in general. From our earliest days as a species, our survival depended on our ability to belong to a group. Acceptance by others meant protection, access to resources, but also the chance to pass your genes. This need for social belonging has ingrained in us as an instinct to comply, to say yes even when we deep down want to say no. This instinct to avoid rejection, while vital in ancient times, has evolved into a powerful social force that shapes our behavior today. In the political arena, this instinct manifests as political correctness. Politicians and voters alike often adopt popular stances or make concessions, not necessarily because they believe in them, but because they fear alienating supporters or being ostracized. But this instinct can be and often is abused. Politicians manipulate our desire for acceptance by promoting emotionally charged messages that appeal to our fears and to our desires. They pressure individuals and groups to conform, leveraging the fear of rejection to silence dissent. And this abuse leads to the erosion of democratic values as critical thinking, and genuine debate is replaced by conformity and groupthink. A particularly troubling aspect of this trend is the use of labeling and stigmatizing to sideline political opponents. In today's polarized environment, we see these tactics in debates over immigration, climate policy, and also in public health. Rather than engaging with opposing arguments like labels like racist, climate denier, or anti-vaxxer are successfully used to discredit and exclude voices from the conversation. This approach not only undermines free speech, but also stifles the open exchange of ideas that is essential to a healthy democracy. This tactics has become more pronounced with the rise of identity politics, the wokeism, and the influence of social media. Complex issues are reduced to sound bites, and opponents are quickly stigmatized, often without any fair hearing. And this trend has intensified with the internet's rapid dissemination of information. As a result, in debates, the incentive to discredit rather than engage in substantive discussion has grown. Now, how does this relate to free speech? When we allow labels to silence dissenting opinions, we erode the very foundation of free speech. The fear of being stigmatized discourages people from expressing unpopular or controversial views, leading to self-censorship. And this is antithetical to the democratic ideal of a free and open exchange of ideas, where all perspectives can be heard and critically examined. And self-censorship is the most dangerous form of censorship. Without free speech, democracy will die. But the left liberals say there is a balance to be struck, protecting free speech while also considering the rights of others is a delicate task. And the others that are the minorities that Alistair just mentioned, genders, etc. So now it's all about emotions, about people feeling offended. I don't care if people feel offended. Nothing happens if someone feels offended. If it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. Emotional harm, while probably is real, is subjective and impossible to define within a legal framework. A legal system that prioritizes emotional responses over objective standards risk becoming inconsistent, leading to suppression of legitimate free speech and ultimately to tyranny. The challenge for us as conservatives is to use the laws in a way that protect both free speech and individuals' rights without allowing subjective emotions, to dictate the boundaries of acceptable discourse. We must avoid the slippery slope where initial restrictions on speech justified by the desire to prevent offense gradually expand to silence dissenting opinions. We must guard against the abuse of political correctness that stifles debate and leads to conformity. At the same time, we must ensure that laws protect the fundamental freedoms that are the cornerstone of our democracy. Only through ongoing dialogue, judicial oversight, and a commitment to these principles, we can avoid the slide into authoritarianism and preserve the free and open society that we cherish. We should never be worried about the shouting of the bad people, but we should be worried about the silence of the good people. Democracy and freedom will die if good people remain silent. I keep it up to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. That was excellent. I was going to make my own comments, but let me just interrupt that or put that aside for now. Does anyone want to ask any questions of our two speakers? They've said a lot of very interesting things. Chap in the back. You'll get a mic. Sorry. Thanks.
Is that working? Great. Thank you very much. Really interesting. One of my questions really is about, do you think those on the right have failed to properly engage the idea that humans are fundamentally emotional rather than rational creatures? And perhaps this is why the left have managed to pursue this idea of denigration over substantiation. And is there anything we could do? And Mario, I'm interested in your thoughts as the editor of a publication. Do you think the right has to be more emotional when it makes its arguments in order to combat what is an overly emotional left?
I'll answer, but you first. Either of you?
Well, of course, it's all about emotions with people. That's also about the stock market and all the things. But still, if we take that into account, we cannot have a real debate about things. People can be offended, and that's what I said. I don't care if people are offended. You know, it's always the hypocrisy from the left, because they try to avoid that people are offended, and in the same time they call us all kinds of names. They don't have any problem with that. So, but we as, let's say, conservatives, we always try to convince people with arguments, and let's be honest, I think we have the best arguments, and that's why they use this tool that is in our reptile brain to keep us, to keep our forces down. So should we be emotional? I think we are emotional, but still we try to come up with rational arguments and to have a real debate instead of silencing people. I think it's not good. I'm on X, and people say a lot of ugly things about me, but they have the right to do so. I never block anyone unless they try to, well, if they call for violence or something, but that doesn't happen. So, but if they call me quite bad names, but it's their right to do that, and I think we should accept that.
Alistair.
Well, I agree with that last point, that people who are emotional shouldn't be shut down, and they can say what they like in any sort of emotional way. I'm not on board with the idea, though, that a kind of emotionalism is the way to win political arguments or to defend free speech. In fact, if you look at the experience of the last 20 or 30 years, it's been the slow move of society towards organizing itself around feelings and around emotions and around emoting, which has become part of the necessary rigmarole that you've got to go through within public life in order to get a hearing. That to me has been completely a destructive move, not least of all because that's the terrain on which free speech is so limited these days, because you have people say that we are quite fragile beings, we do get emotionally upset, that's just the human character. And if you accept that, then they have some, they manage to win the day in terms of the arguments to limit free speech. So I'm not against people emoting and being emotional about things, but use some reasoned arguments, and I think you've got a much better chance of making a good political or cultural case for what it is that you want society to be like in the future.
I agree. I'll answer this too. I agree with both of them up to a point. Again, Lord Copper, because the European Conservative was born, in the bosom of an organization formed by people like Roger Scruton and Remy Bragg, András Lanci of Hungary, and others. And its purpose was always to offer reasoned arguments in defense of conservatism or right-wing ideas, etc. And yet what we've seen is that we're losing younger readers who are gravitating toward the more passionate stuff. So I prefer using the word passion. I think we need to start using mechanisms, tools, content that is geared to stir people's passions, because the passions are out there, they're flowing out. You look at the Trump phenomenon, look at the anger on the streets of several European cities. So how do we channel that passion? That's the question. But I don't like this word emote or emotion. I agree with you, Alistair. Is that a good response from the three? Okay. Miguel.
Thank you. My question is specifically for Alistair. Because I am a politician and we have to persuade people, it's doubly difficult for a conservative, because not only do we have to defend our arguments, but we also have to dispel the myths that are built about us and fight the lies and the attacks that are already ingrained in the system. And one of the things that I try to use as an example to awake people who tend to be, conservatives tend to be older generation, is to make them understand that the mainstream media are unreliable. And the way that one of the ways that I try to convey this is by reminding them that there used to be a debate on what would happen to journalism with the emergence of the internet as a source of news. And we used to have that debate. What will happen to the journalists, what will happen to media if the internet becomes stronger? And then suddenly that debate completely disappeared. We know what happened. I mean, they were all bought by major corporations or by governments. But I was wondering, since you have an organization that arranges debates, what was your perception of basically the disappearance of that topic? How did it happen? When did it happen?
The disappearance of?
The discussion on what was going to happen to the media with the emergence of the internet. How will they maintain themselves as sustainable financial operations?
Yeah, well, in a way that discussion still happens, but it takes a different form. Now the entire discussion is around the extent to which you can trust the media, and especially the extent to which you can distrust the media out with the mainstream, which is very much gets it in the neck. That's Well, I think the mainstream media has the level of trust in mainstream media has been decreasing for quite a number of years. I mean, journalists are quite famously very near the bottom of the professions that have any level of trust. Media organisations like the BBC are quite distrusted in Britain because people's experience of what is said in the media doesn't tally with what lots of the media are telling them is the problem. So to give a concrete example, if you looked at the coverage of something like Brexit right the way throughout 2015-16 in the lead up to the referendum, and indeed actually even more so in the period after the referendum when the struggle was on in Britain to make sure that Brexit became a reality and we left the European Union, then the way that the voting public was discussed, and let's remember at this point that more than half of the voting public voted for Brexit, but the way the public were discussed, particularly Brexiteers, was that they were fairly low-level characters. They were racist, they were on board with all sorts of dodgy ideas. So if you're a family sitting wherever in the country listening to BBC commentators relentlessly tell you that you're the type of person you are in not particularly praiseworthy terms, then you start to think, well, actually, that's not describing me, my family, the people that I know, the town that I'm living in. That constant telling of people as bad people, as racist people, as xenophobes, as nasty Brexiteers who fall for misinformation and are easily fooled into voting for something that they passionately believed in, then your attitude towards mainstream media is not going to be a particularly healthy one.
But the experts say, just kidding. I appreciate the emphasis he put on the army of experts out there telling us one thing or another. That's really part of this whole problem, not just with free speech, but everything, and it explains the emergence of the populist movements. I keep thinking of Nassim Taleb. Do any of you know him? He's a financial writer, hedge fund guy, very interesting guy. He's more of a philosopher than anything. But he wrote in 2016, right after Brexit, and just before the Trump election, he wrote, "What we're watching now is the emergence of a global riot against the pseudo-experts." And I love that phrase, because that is the kind of movement I'm trying to support, foment, complement. And I think that is the future, not just in the United States, but also in Europe and other parts of the world. This rejection of experts telling people that they're ignorant, they don't know enough, they haven't studied enough, and that they should all get the jab, for example. I mean, there's many ways. I'm very supportive of that. Question here at this table.
Yes, thank you. So this question is for Mr. Donald as well. You talked about the politicization of free speech, and as one of the solutions you gave to revitalize the free speech by keeping politics out of this. And my question is how to do that? How can we get politics out of this whole way of control?
No, sorry. If I said that, then I misspoke. I don't think politics should be kept out of very much, because I'm fundamentally political, and I think pretty much everything worthwhile is around political discussion. The point I was trying to make, perhaps not very well, was that I think politics, or particularly the law, should not be politicized in the very direct manner that it's currently being politicized. So if you take something like, to give an example, a recent example in Britain, if you look at the riots that we had in Britain about 2 months ago, then it was almost the case that the police were, in quite a directly political way, were effectively told to arrest one side of the, because there's been trouble on many sides in Britain, but we have effectively developed a two-tier system of governance and rule over recent years, where people who are disliked by government, effectively, are treated in one way, and people whose views are a bit more acceptable are treated in a different way. So they're not equal before the law. So the point I was trying to make was that once the law is politicized in that way to treat different groups of people differently, then what you find is that free speech suffers because of that, because no one wants to discuss that politicization, and no one wants to give the freedom for the one group of people that are effectively disliked.
Okay, well, on the other hand, it's still interesting, because if I look at my own university where I'm active on, I see that institutions, especially universities, get more politicized, where people at the board who are in power, who most of the time have a lot of political networks, and they are influenced by certain ideologies, and they can control the free speech on universities. For example, which guest speakers can come, which events can be allowed on the universities. So I still see there is a politicization of also our institutions. Yeah. And do you maybe have a solution how to tackle that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem that you're talking about is that the things that ideally you want to be quite neutral, like institutions like a university, you don't necessarily want them to take a political lead on something, not least of all because you want the academics and the students that are part of that university to not be under the pressure of a university having a particular political position to then themselves have to adopt it. So you quite arguably want universities to be politically quite neutral. So it is a problem just now that universities, especially, I mean, you saw it really, I think two incidents illustrate the way it happened. First of all, when Russia invaded Ukraine, then lots of universities felt the need to make a statement on that invasion and to say that they supported Ukraine. Now, I supported Ukraine as well, but it doesn't mean to say that I want the university to get involved in that argument, but they did. And then when the October the 7th happened last year and the situation in Gaza erupted, because they'd already made a political statement around one war, they felt the need to then make a political statement around the situation in Gaza. And effectively that was always with the type of people that are in control of universities these days, as broadly speaking anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian statement, which then politicizes the whole university, because the lecturers no longer become free to, they feel under pressure at the very least to conform with the expectations of that the universities adopted. So I think we need to get much smarter at understanding when it's appropriate to be political and when it is to fully engage in those political discussions in a fairly no holds barred way with complete and utter free speech, and when politicizing things in situations like institutions or around the law is a fundamentally bad thing. And at that point we need to say, no, these things should not be matters, should not be politicized in the same way.
There's a question back there.
Yeah, so I guess my question is to all three of you. So you've talked a lot about the kind of legal clampdowns, and then also, Rob, you talked about kind of self-censorship and the cultural hegemonies of newsrooms and institutions and how those impact free speech. And while we've been talking about the politicization of the law, which I think is there, it also seems to be the case that within institutions, the whole idea is to depoliticize any of these issues. So you try to depoliticize things like supporting Ukraine or environmentalism or any of these issues. And that's what makes it okay for a university, for example, to take a political stance, is that it's argued that it's not political. So my question is, in the fight back against kind of free speech impositions, it seems like you could take a legal route, but how much of the fight back needs to be political or needs to be legal, and how much of this is actually about culture, and how do you draw the balance there between whether the problem really is the law or the problem is a culture that attempts to depoliticize any issue that actually is meant to be political and fought out on a political battleground?
Can we start with Rob?
Yeah, well, I think it's both political, or it's both cultural and also legal. We see the cultural thing is that what I try to explain is that people are not brave enough to speak out because they are very afraid to be cancelled, and that's really happening. It happened a lot. For example, I was in the European Parliament, but before I was there, I was for 32 years in energy. I had my own engineering company, and I told Timmermans many times that we could not do this energy transition. It's just physics and mathematics. But the only thing they said, oh, you are a climate denier, we don't talk to you. So, but also about the war in Ukraine, for example, it was, I condemned what Putin have done, but we impose all this we had this restrictions on delivering of goods and buying energy from Russia, etc. So, but it was not helping. You know, I had the figures. I could show that it was not helping. That Russia was still selling its oil to India, and we bought it back. So it was just. But it was very difficult to speak about that. Everyone was in the parliament at that time, was everyone saying, we will win this war, we will win this war. But still, I had the feeling I had to make that point, but I'm very brave, and I really speak out. But at that time, I was completely alone in that big parliament with my own point of view. And at that time, I also felt really a little bit embarrassed to do this speech. I did it. I thought it was necessary. Someone has to do it. But it's really, there's so much pressure on people, especially in public, to speak out. It's always very easy to be on the right side of history, what they think that's the right side of history. But also the judicial system, it's abused. What we see now, there is a lot of, well, for example, President Trump, how many lawsuit has he against him? I think 36, just to silence him. And it's you know, they can put so much pressure on people, even when they know it is not right to start a legal procedure against someone, but it's so emotional to be in a legal procedure, and it costs so much money, and especially when you fight against a big state, it's really difficult to stay alive, literally. And so I think it's both cultural and it's also legal that it's very difficult to speak out. The only thing that we can do is that we speak out together as much as possible. But someone has to be the first one and has to be brave. And to be honest, you know, we had the Second World War, and there were also people in the resistance. They risked their lives to fight for our freedom, and that's what I always keep in mind. It's not that bad, fortunately, but we have to be brave and we have to speak out, even if it's difficult. And if we do it together, it's much easier than if it's someone is doing it on his own.
Would you like to address a question about culture versus political/legal responses?
Yeah, I think. Well, to give try and give an example, in the UK over the past 3 or 4 years, we've gone through a process of trying to address the free speech situation in universities with a bit of legislation called the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Act, which, after about 3 years of debate in the political sphere in Parliament, which I had kind of mixed views about this act, because I think on the one hand it's quite a good thing that in politics there's enough of the political representatives in our Parliament who want to introduce or who are worried about free speech in universities, that they want to do something about it. So that seems to me to be a good thing. And the idea of doing something about it and debating it in Parliament also seemed to be a good thing. The Act was eventually passed after a lot of toing and froing in Parliament, and it got very much watered down. But the problem with it is that I don't think a bit of legislation, even if it's a pro-free speech bit of legislation, is going to resolve the situation in universities, because I cannot see how you can legislate free speech into existence. It seems to me that it doesn't come from a law demanding that you speak freely or listen to someone else or whatever it is, even although it gives some sort of legal redress to academics who are not allowed to speak and students who are not allowed to speak within their student union. That just, to me, doesn't seem to way that you can resolve the clampdown on free speech, because it's not built a level of cultural support within the universities, amongst academics and amongst students, many of whom do not want free speech in universities, because for whatever, not necessarily because they're anti-free speech, but because they value safety and well-being over and above the ability to speak freely. And I think this is the sort of understanding that we have to realize that safety these days is such an important issue for people that it overrides their concern for being able to speak freely.
But it's always a one-way street. It's always in favor of the left liberals and not in favor of the conservatives. It's always that the left liberals should have a safe space, and they call us all kinds of names. They don't care about that.
I think that's true, but it's an underpinning justification for why there isn't more support for free speech.
Yeah.
And I think we have to address that kind of welfarist idea that undermines free speech.
Excellent.
Hi. Thank you for edifying talk. There's been shots exchanged between Elon Musk and the now resigned Thierry Breton in the European Union over the DSA and his attempts to curtail freedom of speech on social media platforms, many of which are registered in Dublin. I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on potential conflict between the US administration, either a Trump or a potentially a Harris administration, and the European Union over freedom of speech. I know that Jim Jordan recently wrote to Mr. Breton about this.
I'll start with that, and then you can weigh in. My short and simplistic answer is I'm looking forward to a conflict, especially with the Trump administration, which I think is imminent. I think it's the only way. My wife said it best yesterday about the consensus-based approach to politics, whether it's domestic or international, has failed us time and time again. And I'm looking for a few more confrontations between a Trump administration and the EU. You gentlemen? You agree, I think.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it was such a strange letter. If two American people want to have a conversation together online, and an unelected commissioner, a bureaucrat of the European Commission, starting to interfere in that discussion, for me it was insane. And so I condemned also this letter. For me, it was really insane that he was involved. But so I think if Kamala Harris will be elected as the president, they will go on the same route as the European Union Commission is doing, and that is the way of censorship. I think if President Trump is re-elected, then we have free speech again, and then we will have this conversation between, let's say, the European Commission and the Trump administration. And I'm also looking forward to that, because I'm so happy with Elon Musk. They now are completely desperate because they were in control. They had everything. We have seen that during COVID. It was such a marvelous example how they controlled every aspect of the narrative. And they controlled all the social media. And then there was a billionaire who is sending rockets to Mars, and he buys Twitter and transformed that to X, and everyone is in panic now. And I love that, because really, without X, we still had the idea that because the mainstream media told us so, that the hospital in Gaza was bombed by the Israelis. But because of X, we knew within 2 days it was the opposite. So it is really very interesting what's going on right now. And I'm also looking forward, I hope President Trump will be elected, and that we have a good conflict about the freedom of speech, and that the American platform X will be protected by the Americans.
I think actually the Thierry Breton thing was interesting precisely because it was an instance of things getting a little bit out of control at the EU. So I think effectively he's paid the price actually for that incident. I find it difficult to believe that he would have been sacked yesterday without that incident, whatever reason it's dressed up for. But the upstreaming of censorship within the EU is not meant to be a public thing. It's meant to. The EU operates at its best behind closed doors in a fashion that's meant to take any contest about these things out of the public sphere and make them procedural matters that go through a commission and go through a kind of procedural process to become a reality. And writing that letter, he signed his death warrant by effectively, I mean, he was trying to get back at Musk because he was pissed off that Musk had publicly announced that they tried to cook up that deal a few months ago where the EU offered him immunity. But ideally, they want all these things done behind closed doors. That's the way that the EU operates, and that's the new model of the way that censorship is meant to offer and meant to operate. And I'm not sure if I see America standing up to this. In fact, Musk himself has been happy to compromise where it suited him. I mean, he compromised with China, for example, where he didn't stand up for X's interests and the interests of his other companies. So he's willing to compromise in places. I think you cannot rely on a corporation to win the fight for free speech. It needs to be won politically and culturally.
Yes, I have a question for Rob Roos. Besides the USA elections that might be important, is there still something that the national parliaments and the European parliaments can do against this DSA from the European Commission? If this leads to controlling the narrative or to censorship, are there still measurements of resistance that national governments or the European Parliament can take?
Well, I don't have really good news for you. The problem with European law is that it supersedes national law. So once it's adopted, it's there. And in theory, we can get rid of it if the Commission's opened this law and wants to change it. But that's only in theory. It will not happen. So I did the negotiations on when I was in Parliament on this file, and I was very against it. And my first question to Thierry Breton was, "Is this the new Ministry of the Ministry of Truth?" And I said, no. I said, but how are we going to prevent that free speech is going away? How can we make sure that we can have debates about sensitive topics like Islamism, immigration, about the Green Deal, etc. You know, but no, it's not a problem. We are going to arrange that. But the first thing I wanted to do, I said I want to have a definition, and I wish it wasn't possible. I knew that, but I said I want to have what is a definition about hate speech? What is hate speech, and what is harmful speech? And of course, they could not make it, and that is danger, the big danger of this Digital Services Act, because you can define everything as harmful, and it's all about emotions, and we should prevent that. But it's there, and it's not going away anymore. That's really a problem.
That reminds me that there used to be a Supreme Court Justice, Potter Stewart, who was dealing with a pornography case. Do any of you recall this? And he was asked, how do you define pornogaphy? He says, I know it when I see it. That's it. That's the definition. It's similar to what is hate speech? Well, I don't know. Go ahead. And the question over here.
Yes. Thank you, Lena Karin from Sweden. I have two questions, if it's okay. One for Alistair and the other for Rob. Freedom of speech is limited to the receiver's reaction, in a way. So it's the receiver who decides if it's violating any law or anything. So how did we go there? How did this happen? So that's the one for Alistair. And the other one is for Rob. So how can we make the movements and transformation from the pure intellectual debate, exchange ideas? The arena for that is sort of contagious in a way, and it kills the debate. But how can we make the movements from that? Hopefully you understand my questions. Thank you.
You want to start? You, Alistair?
How did we get there? Well, I think it's got a lot to do with the process that I talked about in the context of the civil rights stuff, which was that sometime in the late 1960s and early 1970s, we seemed to move from an understanding of individuals as quite robust, as willing to engage in the cut and thrust of a debate, not to take offense, into an understanding of them as a little bit vulnerable, as worried about being harmed, about taking offense. We came to associate taking offense as being something that we must protect people from. it seemed to me to revolve around that changing understanding of the individual that happened about 55 decades ago. And we've come out the other side of it, and we've started to reorganize the way that we both understand speech, understand terms like hate speech, which, as Rob was saying, are very subjectively defined, i.e. they're not really defined at all. They're as what I dislike or what you dislike if I say something to you. So I think we've got to recover a much more an understanding of us all as individuals, as people that are quite robust and willing to trade insults. I'm not arguing for trading insults, but when it comes down to it, I think we are robust enough to stand up to someone calling us something. Sticks and stones break my bones, but words don't ever harm me, really.
I'll compliment that later, but the second question was for Rob, right?
Yeah, but can you repeat just a little? Yeah, well, sure. I can hear you.
It's how can we make the movements, because the arena of discussion and exchange, the arena for exchanging ideas are contagious in a way, like people are using words that kills the dialogue. So how can we move from there?
Yeah, well, it starts with being brave. We should not let. That's what I said. We should not be scared of people yelling at us. We should be scared of good people who are silenced. But we have to speak out as much as possible. If we want to, the only way to prevent that we are silenced is as much as free speech as possible. And maybe we have now this Digital Services Act, but they can use it against us. It's only for platforms, so we can speak offline, but online is also very important. And I think we have also to do some legal stuff. We have to go to the court to defend. I was during COVID, I was very outspoken about things, and I was not against vaccination, but I was very in favor of a free choice and not of all this suppression. But I was cancelled. They kicked me off LinkedIn for sharing my own speech. It was just questions to the Commission. It cost me a lot of money. I went to court here. I hired a lawyer, and I had to go to LinkedIn. They are here in Ireland. But for me, it was a principal thing to defend that the right to speak and to have my account back. And that is what we really should do, and as much people as possible, because they cannot throw us in jail. All of us. So, yeah. It's a tough fight. We are not there.
Satisfied with that? All right. The comment I wanted to make to compliment Alistair's last comment has to do, well, how did we get here? Everything you said is true, I believe. I agree with what you said. But I think we also make a mistake by only looking at external factors. I think there's something that's gone on internally in our societies across the West. And the person who got me thinking about this is a professor of psychology called Matthias Desmet at the University of Ghent. He's got a book came out in 2022, which I recommend, a bit challenging, but it's very insightful, called The Psychology of Totalitarianism. And he talks about, he's a specialist in mass formation, the formation of mass mind, herd mentality, groupthink. And he started researching this in earnest in 2019, 2020 with COVID-19. And he was looking at how fear and the manipulation of data and then the pseudo-experts and all these other factors have created societies that are malleable, and they've internalized the totalitarian mentality. So one of you mentioned about auto or self-censorship. We live in this kind of society now across the West, and we're even on the right. We're quick to, as Ellen said yesterday, we're quick to censor the people on our right, the flank on our right, We're quick to not appear threatening to others. We're quick to censor our own people. But broader still, beyond just the right, I think it's a society-wide phenomenon, and I think that's really contributed to it. We've internalized these mechanisms that facilitate totalitarianism, and that should be terrifying.
But I think that is also because we think that this freedom is the modus operandi, but it's not. You know, we live in a very special time, in a very special place, and we should realize that, and we should maintain that, because we have to fight for it. If you cancel your maintenance, your service for your car, you can do it one time, you can do it 2 times, by the 3rd time it will break, and we have to fight for this special freedom that we have, that no one else has on the other parts of the world, and also in time. So we are privileged.
Can I add a little to the question from the lady, how did we get here? And you mentioned a book by a psychologist on people internalizing the sense of totalitarianism. I'm a psychiatrist, and I noticed in the late 1980s, early 1990s, people were more and more requesting therapy. They weren't happy with just medication, and these would have been people with major mental illnesses where therapy really didn't have a part to play. They had very major mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, things where medication was necessary. But they still wanted psychotherapy, and that would be their preference. And gradually, I think people have more and more since then bought into the notion of it used to be a pill for every ill, and it's become a therapy for every ill. And now what were regarded as ills in the past, and illnesses and vulnerabilities, are now seen, what were regarded as being extreme and unusual in the past have now become very much more common. So people commonly view themselves now as vulnerable and ill for very minor things. If a relationship breaks up, people will run off to a therapist. Mm-hmm. When people are going through normal bereavement, they go off to therapists, and all the evidence is that actually in neither is therapy indicated. It may actually be harmful. So I think the idea of people seeing themselves as vulnerable has probably fed into some of the political agendas that you've been discussing, that we've been discussing here, of wanting to control people, control their environments. And the result is that there is a mass sense of vulnerability, not helped, of course, by Prince Harry when he started talking about his own mental health a number of years ago. So people have bought into this notion of a collective kind of need for help and assistance, and I think that's one of the many features of it, or factors playing into it.
Well, like Alistair said. Yeah.
Well, I think that's exactly right, actually, and that's a very useful way of understanding it. And once you're into that mindset, then words can be incredibly wounding. So whereas before it might have been the threat of physical violence that people were concerned about, these days words are conceived of as a form of violence in and of themselves by people who inhabit this kind of psychologized, vulnerable world. And that does provide the underpinning for lots of the free speech restrictions these days, especially in universities. I mean, you cannot move for welfare departments and welfare officers in universities, and all these charity-type support groups that are there to support mental health initiatives, who are actually incredibly rooted quite often in some of the political trends that we've become so used to in recent years, especially in the trans ideology stuff. If you look at the links between mental health support groups in universities and their attachment to organizations like Stonewall, they're actually quite strong. And what I suspect is that over the next period, you will see some of the pursuit of some of the political ambitions of organizations like Stonewall. They'll be pursued through mental health charities and mental support groups within universities, and that will be the form that takes. So it's part of a broader medicalization of lots of social problems. That's effectively how it works. I suppose the one point in that story where people continue into that I get a little bit nervous about is the Jonathan Haidt anxious generation stuff, where smartphones all of a sudden take the blame for a lot of this stuff. And that's where I draw the line, because I think there's far bigger problems in the world than smartphones, and I don't find them a very valuable explanation for why it is that we need to put bans on kids using phones or whatever. I think the social and cultural broader factors are much bigger than that. I mean, for example, something like, we talked in the opening session yesterday a little bit, I think it was James Orr, about the importance of tradition, and that being a kind of fundamental value that we build on. Well, I sort of agree with that, but I think the attack on tradition, I mean, tradition's not these days, it doesn't just take place within the context of quite a traditional debate between the left being more interested in the future and the right being a bit more interested in conserving traditions. The past these days is discussed as poisonous, as completely toxic. So we're into a whole new area of discussion these days where contemporary society tries to deliberately distance itself from the past because it conceives of colonialism or slavery or whatever it is as a real problem. And I think once you're into that mentality of seeing the past as poisonous, then it becomes very, very difficult for young people to grow up in an atmosphere where they're rooted in something and where they understand their history and are able to develop a kind of positive outlook towards the future. So I think those sorts of explanations are important. Your sort of explanations around the kind of the fragile self, as it were, as it's sometimes talked about, are very important. Banning smartphones, kind of less so.
About being rooted, I'm not a psychologist, but I was thinking for all these people who have this trouble. If I have this trouble, I have my family, you know, and maybe it is a lack of strong families and also the faith in God. I don't know. We replaced everything with traditional values, and but it's not my experience. I don't know.
There's a huge literature on the role of religion in preventing mental illness.
Yeah, I think it helps.
Thank you. My final comment, as we're out of time, is that this shows why conservatism is the way forward. We conservatives are the ones who embrace the full gamut of human experience, the tragic, the comic, the highs, the lows, and we don't go running for drugs or pills, or we shouldn't be. I mean, so remember that when you're debating with your progressive friends or telling you that we're narrow and impoverished of mind. Anyway, thank you. Thanks, Rob and Alistair.
Thank you.
See you later.